Metroid has always been one of those franchises that I've been fascinated with, even since I was a little kid and I couldn't even comprehend video games. I just love the exploration aspect of it. I'm not surprised that the franchise has been around for almost 40 years at this point. There's just something about wandering through these alien worlds, finding secrets paths, or figuring out where the hell you're supposed to go next. None of the games in this franchise are games that will just leave you after one playthrough. Except maybe that one. But there's a reason we don't talk about that game. And I'm not talking about it. You won't make me. But anyway, the developers knew that these games would stick in your mind. That's why they added intended secrets or sequence breaks into the games, just like this one. And that's not even the earliest you can get super missiles in this game. But now that Metroid Prime 4 finally has its release date of December 4th of this year, I wanted to go back and finally talk about some of my favorite Metroid games, the Metroid Prime Trilogy. While the 2D games helped form the well-known Metroidvania genre, the Prime Trilogy helped move that formula into 3D, and somehow made it even better. Hell, Metroid Prime is one of my favorite video games of all time. Easily in my top 5 favorite games, and I will always play it at least once a year until the day I die. I love it that much. But we'll get into that. And that's not to say that Prime 2 and Prime 3 skimped on quality, but actually the opposite. All three of these games are fantastic in their own right, and I think they are must-play video games. But it's not just the collectathon or speedrunning nature of these games that keep me coming back. It's also the immersion. The immersion. They make you feel that you are Samus Aran, a badass bounty hunter, one of the best and most iconic video game protagonists of all time. The controls and even the music go out there and make you feel like you're really exploring an unknown planet and the secrets that are within. And that's the magic of the Prime Trilogy. That's why I keep coming back to them years later. So let's get into it. Let's talk about why I think the Prime Trilogy are not only some of the best Metroid games out there, but the best Nintendo games of all time. I never get tired of seeing that intro. At First, narratively, there's not a lot to go off of. We know we're here to answer a distress signal by whoever's on this vessel, but we don't know exactly what's going on. On the outside, there's nothing that can give us clues whatsoever. The ship looks to be in decent condition, as we can tell. And like I said before, we don't even know who this belongs to at this point. It's parts like this that really make me love how this game structures its narrative. It makes the player ask questions. You don't know what's going on. This isn't even a bounty that Samus picked up. She saw this distress signal and she's here trying to help. She doesn't know what's going on, and she's here to investigate. At first, we don't really know what's going on, and there's a lack of music or just plain ambience in this area. It makes the player feel uneasy. But then, we figure out what happened here.
Recording to logbook.
To this point, we find out that this vessel belongs to the space pirates, and that they're experimenting on creatures from the planet below, and they've broken out and are wreaking havoc. And this is just all stuff that the game shows you. At this point, there hasn't been any dialogue or anything whatsoever. You did see me use this nifty feature called the scan visor, but other than that, there's no dialogue, no text whatsoever. The game just shows you all of this. But before we move on, let's talk about that scan visor. The scan visor will tell you about different creatures or objects in the surrounding area. It'll give you different details depending on what you scan. This parasite, for example, we learn is harmless by itself, but dangerous in higher numbers, which it often travels in packs of. In some instances, you can even scan corpses to see how they died. In this instance, we see that this space pirate was killed by acidic burns to the body. It says it right there in the text. This is a feature that is essential for narrative and learning about the world that you're about to travel in Metroid Prime. This is something that carries over into all three games, so if you don't like it now, leave. I personally love it. I love getting a bunch of little details about the world that I'm in, and not having it be explicitly told for me. The game also keeps a logbook of creatures that you come across, too, so that if you ever wanted to learn about a creature or look back on what a creature was that you encountered, you can go into your logbook and look at it there. This is something else that will be important for completing the game, as the amount of scans that you go throughout the game are tallied. You can get 100% scans in this game, and you are rewarded with an extra ending at the end of the game if you do so. Power-ups are also scanned here, or in this case, we can scan pirate data and learn more about what's going on this frigate. In this log, we learned that this game takes place after the original Metroid. They say Zebes has fallen, and that this frigate has retreated by taking some of the Metroids that were on Zebes that we were ordered destroyed in the first game are alive and well, and the space pirates are continuing the research on them. You see, you wouldn't know any of these details if you're just playing the game, but by scanning, you get to learn more about the world that you're currently in and the adventure you're about to take place in. I find this way of delivering narrative extremely immersive. And it also helps that the game's in first person, so you feel like you're being Samus Aran on a mission right now. You're seeing all of this at the same time that she is, and you're learning what's going on at the same time that she is. It's extremely immersive, and I love the way that all of these games share their narrative. Even though this game does its narrative a little bit looser than the rest, I still love how all three games conduct their narrative and that you can learn more about the world that you're in through scanning. Some may say it's a little intrusive because every 2 seconds you're pulling up your scan visor, having to scan something and reading it, but I think it adds to the immersion of the game, adds to the game's charm, and no other game really did it like this, I should say, back when this game came out. There are tons of games out now that have a loose narrative where you have to look to figure out what's going on. You have to read lore or find lore to figure out what's going on. It's not explicitly told for you. Games like Elden Ring, Dark Souls, who knows? Maybe they were even inspired with how this game told its narrative. Eventually, we reach the ship's reactor core. And then we find one of those test subjects that we read about earlier. It's here that we encounter our first boss fight of the game, the Parasite Queen. We can scan bosses too in this game, and even sometimes it will open up a second weak point that will help us damage the boss even. In this case with the Parasite Queen, it says that there's a weak spot in the creature's mouth. Scanning the creature will give us a lock-on point in her mouth, and then we can fire missiles there to deal damage really quickly. Without scanning the Parasite Queen, you will have no way of locking onto this point, and you wouldn't know unless you scanned her. So, it's really beneficial to scan enemies and bosses to figure out their weaknesses or potential strategies to use against them. Because it's the first boss, there's not too much to say, but once we destroy the Parasite Queen,
Evacuate immediately.
we get a good old-fashioned Metroid escape sequence. Get out of here, or you die. I'm making it a little bit more dramatic than it really is. Honestly, you have plenty of time to get out of here, and I don't think that you would die unless you're actually trying to die. Or you may be on hard mode and taking damage from the enemies that are to come. But this place is going down, and we really gotta get out of here. It even takes us into other parts of the ship that we didn't even see before. Some of the back areas because our current path is blocked off. So we proceed through these back tunnels, and we almost get crushed by a giant piston, and then we see him. That son of a bitch, Ridley, is back. He's getting away, but there's nothing we can do. We gotta get off this ship before it blows. What? No! What's going on? It wouldn't be a Metroid game unless you lose all your upgrades and have to start from square one. Huh. But at least we have an excuse. I guess the electric shock damaged the suit or something? I don't know. But all I know now is that we don't have any of our upgrades and we can only move and shoot. So let's get the hell out of here. When we finally arrive on the planet Talon 4, we find ourselves in a similar position that we do in most of the games in this series. We're on an unknown world, alone, afraid even, and without any of our upgrades. So it's our job to scour the world, find the upgrades, and in this case, find out what the hell the space pirates are even doing on this planet to begin with. Similar to the rest of the series, many of the flora and fauna on this planet are hostile to us, so we'll need to figure out ways of taking care of them. Luckily, just like on the frigate Orpheon, we can scan them to figure out what we need to do, possible strategies, or even why they're becoming hostile. In some cases, we learn that these creatures are becoming more hostile by the day because of some unknown phenomenon that is going on with this planet. Possibly something that the space pirates could be potentially interested in. But we'll learn more about that in a little bit, especially once we get to the next area. But for now, I just want to talk about the Talon overworld when we first arrive here. It's extremely relaxing and welcoming. It allows you to scan the local flora and fauna to see what type of creatures live on this planet. In this case, we know that these mushrooms are poisonous, and if we shoot them, they will explode and release a poison cloud that would damage us the longer we stay in it. It's really crucial that we scan these enemies, because otherwise we don't know exactly what's going on. Much like the frigate Orpheon that we were on before, scanning gives us an idea of what is going on, how these enemies behave, and potential ways to take care of them. But in the beginning here, we're not here for very long, as we've already reached an elevator to a new location. So let's take that elevator ride and get up there. This elevator takes us to the second area of the planet that we'll be able to access, the Chozo Ruins. At this point, as you can see on screen, the game actually gives you a hint system when you don't know where to go next. Because there's no indication of what we're supposed to be doing other than going to this area, it's telling us the room that we should head to. But at the same time, it's not telling us how to get there. So it lets the player experience the exploration aspects of this game even more. Also within the first room, as well as the hint that we also get to learn about the Chozo lore. We can see things like this across the planet. So not only is there pirate lore, but there's also Chozo lore. So we get to learn how the Chozo colonized Talon 4. But we learn that there's a great poison that is poisoning the land, this paradise that the Chozo have constructed for themselves. It's then up to the player to figure out what this great poison is, and how to stop it. This again is another way that this game tells its narrative, is through the Chozo lore, as well as the pirate lore that we mentioned earlier. But the Chozo lore is very important to the events that have been happening on this planet. It helps us tell the story of what's going on with this planet, and it helps tie into what the space pirates could possibly be after as well. We learn about this great poison, like I mentioned earlier, and we don't really know what it is at this point. But maybe the space pirates can see this great poison and can be trying to use it as a weapon of some sort. So then we want to explore the planet more to try to stop them, naturally. The narrative isn't necessarily set in stone like I mentioned earlier, so you would have to read all the lore in order to figure this out. But it's a great way of storytelling, in my opinion. At this point, there's only one real path that we can go. Following this path, we get introduced to some more enemies, these bug-type creatures, these things called ions, these weird eyes that shoot lasers out of their eye, some more Chozo lore, and we even find these things called war wasps. Super hostile stuff. But finally getting to the room that the hint gave us, we'll find our first upgrade. This is the Hive Totem, the first mini-boss of the game, and it's stopping us from getting missiles again. Now, it's important to note that some of the enemies in mini-bosses or even in boss fights, you cannot scan any of those. For example, these ram war wasps, if you don't scan them now, you'll never be able to scan them later. Some people have made this as a criticism against the game, but I mean, if you're trying to scan everything, you're not going to miss anything. You're probably going to scan every boss or every enemy in a boss room anyway. This mini-boss is actually pretty simple, all things considered. Just kill the wasps and then you can shoot the core once it turns red. Nothing special. What is special about this boss is the music. What a great time to talk about music. Metroid Prime's soundtrack is probably my favorite in the entire Metroid saga. I love it that much, and it's probably one of the best video game soundtracks of all time. Kenji Yamamoto is just a master when it comes to this franchise. He includes chants, techno, rock, and every type of music into these soundtracks to make it both atmospheric and get you pumped during boss fights. He knows exactly when to settle it down, like in the ice caverns of Phendrana Drifts. To the bombastic remix of Lower Norfair used in the Magmorn Caverns. To the underwater depths of the sunken frigate. And even the tracks that aren't necessarily super memorable to where like you're never gonna remember exactly how it sounds no matter how many times you hear it, serve a purpose, much like the Phazon Mines and the way it portrays its atmosphere, where you shouldn't be there, but you are. And that's just a sample of some of the great music that's even in this game and how it serves to make the atmosphere of the moment better. Like I said, not every track hits, but the tracks that hit really do fucking hit, and they will stick with you forever. Much like the Hive Totem fight, that's one of my personal favorites, or the Sunken Frigate. There's too many examples of great music in this game, and we'll get more into it, but I just wanted to showcase little bits and pieces now before I get later into the video so we can focus more on gameplay and story later on. Now, where were we? Oh yeah, back to the Hive Totem. Destroying the Hive Totem gets us the missile launcher back, so we can use the missiles again for good damage output and further exploration. Whenever you pick up a major upgrade, you get a nice animation depending on the upgrade, and a nice little jingle to boot. The frame rate of that animation normally isn't that choppy, it's just the emulator I'm using. Here's another great little tutorial part of this game. We see the blast shield on the door in front of us, and we try using the missiles on it, and it breaks. This lets us know that we can destroy blast shields similar to that one with missiles, so we can go back to the room in the main area that we saw. So we'll head back out into that main room where we saw that blast shield when we first entered the Chozo ruins, and then we can go and collect another major upgrade, the Morph Ball. As you remember at the beginning, the Morph Ball lets Samus turn into a ball and break every single bone in her body and defy the laws of physics and everything in order to get into small places. Since Chozo technology or just magic, we will never know. But it helps us explore the area more and more areas to come. Now, of course, you won't know that unless you've never played the game before, but if you wander around enough, you're going to get another hint just like the one that we got when we first entered this area. You don't have to wander around very much in this game. It changes around in the later games, but we'll talk about that when we get to those games. But the point of the matter still stands. I still think this is a great tutorial area because it teaches you exactly what you need to do in this game. It tells you where you need to go first, and you collect an upgrade. You see a thing that you can open with that upgrade, and then you can go explore for things that you can open with it. So now we're back in the main room, like I said, and we can destroy this blast shield to go get our next major upgrade. That major upgrade will let us explore further, and so on and so on. This is basically the whole core of Metroid. You find upgrades to go explore and find more items and goodies, like I said before. Except in this game, I feel like it makes it even more engaging because most major upgrades come from either a boss or a mini-boss, not so much just platforming challenges, but in this case, we're going to be fighting another mini-boss to collect the Morph Ball. Now this mini-boss is a little bit different than the last one, as it looks like it's just a swarm of beetles that are coming after you, but it will effectively teach us another important aspect of the combat, the lock-on mechanic and strafing. You see, much like the 3D Zelda games, there's some sort of Z targeting system where you can lock on to an enemy and only focus on that enemy. While you're doing this, you can press the jump button while pressing left or right, and you will strafe in that direction. This will help us dodge enemy attacks, and especially projectile attacks that will come later on. But now, there's a new enemy that will come up, a plated beetle. This is more like an adult version of the beetles we've been destroying before. At first, shooting it from the front, nothing will happen. Our shots will just bounce off in all different directions. But if we scan it, it tells us that it's weak in the red sack that's behind it. So, what are we supposed to do? We lock onto him, and when he's going to charge at us, we strafe out of the way, and then we can shoot him in the back. This is how we can effectively kill this thing, and doing so, we learn a valuable lesson in what this combat will entail in this game. Because like I said, later on, we'll fight enemies with projectiles, and this dodge move will really help us. But after getting this, we get the Morph Ball, and now we can better explore this area even more. I'm spending a lot of time on the segment-to-segment gameplay like you're seeing now, because I feel like it's important to lay out how this game's tutorial is, and why I think it's super beginner-friendly, especially to somebody who's never played a Metroid game before. While yes, if you are lost after a while, it will give you hints like I stated earlier, the progression just makes sense. You get one upgrade, and then you move to the next upgrade, and then you can go to a new area and look for more upgrades. This is how the entire series has been. And without pointing you in the right direction all the time, you're naturally drawn to certain areas because of the new upgrades you find. But now, I'm not going to go super in-depth into every single area into this game, because some areas are less important than others. Some areas mainly serve as a junction from point A to point B, but at least you're going to be seeing some great visuals and hearing some amazing music while you're doing it, like I mentioned before. But coming into this new area of the Chozo Ruins, we see that all the water is poisoned. And could this be the great poison that the Chozo were talking about? Well, we gotta find the source of this first. But not before. Then we find ourselves in this room where all we have to do is scan all the runes in a single area, and then we get access to the charge beam again. And then in another room, we fight this incinerator drone to gain access to the morph ball bombs again. At this point, we have all the basic tools that we lost back on the frigate, and now we can go fight this area's boss, Flagra. Flagra is a giant mutated plant monster that says to be the source of the poison that is poisoning the water in the Chozo Ruins. Basically, there are 4 solar panels around the room. Some will be charging Flagra with sunlight. We need to use a charge beam to flip these up so that way the sun is not But we notice that whenever we shoot Flagra, it emits a yellow glow whenever it's hit instead of a red glow like we're used to from the normal enemies. So we gotta find some other way to damage it. This boss effectively uses all of the skills that we reacquired. We use the charge beam to flip up the solar panels. Flagra will be stunned and fall over. Once fallen over, the game will show us that there's these morph ball tunnels with a bomb slot in them. We go into it and then bomb Flagra. This takes away 1/4 of its health bar. Each time we do this, Flagra will flip down another solar panel. So at first there was 1 solar panel down, now there will be 2, 3, and then 4, and yeah, by the time you get 4, you'll kill it. Now this boss isn't super difficult, like a lot of the bosses in the game. We'll talk more about all the bosses in general in a minute. But this boss helps emphasize my point that I think that this is a great tutorial area because it lets us use all the utilities that we reacquired in this area. But after finally killing Flagra, we get the Various suit. It's now at this point that we reacquired almost every single upgrade that we had on the frigate Orphean. So now we can effectively explore the planet better and figure out what the space pirates are doing here. Following the path in front of us will lead us to Magmore Caverns. And here is where I think people start having their big problem with this game. This game, you backtrack a lot to other areas that you were previously in. I'll give an example right now. The Magmore Caverns doesn't really have a big major upgrade until very late in the game. For now, it's mainly just a junction point from. So proceeding through the main linear path of Magmore Caverns, we end ourselves in the Phendrana Drifts. We will then go through this area linearly, just like the last couple of areas, and we will get the Boost Ball. This is an upgrade that lets us boost up half-pipes while we're in ball form. Now, we don't really know of any half-pipe locations except for the one in Chozo Ruins, but that only leads to a missile expansion, right? Certainly the game isn't wanting us to go back and get a missile expansion, right? There's gotta be a more substantial upgrade. And here's where the backtracking comes in. We're supposed to go back through Magmore Caverns to get the Talon Overworld, and come to this spot where there's a half-pipe. Once up the half-pipe, we can bomb out some blocks, find a door that takes us by our ship, and then find another door that gets us the high jump boost. Essentially a double jump in this game. But from there, where are we supposed to go then? Well, go back through the Magmore Caverns until you get to the Phendrana Drifts. Once you're inside the Phendrana Drifts, go to this spot over here in the corner of the first room you're in, and then you can double jump up to the temple. Proceed through the temple where you do some minor puzzles and kill some enemies as well. Open this door, and then it'll lead you to a room with another mini-boss. Similar to the Beetle one, except now it's with Sheegoth, the ice enemies of this area. So, we kill the Sheegoth, and then we get the Wave Beam. Oh, finally, a new weapon. So, we gotta go back through Magmore Caverns now, right? Well, no, actually. We can actually explore the Phendrana Drifts a bit more, and this is where we learned that the beams can open certain types of doors. Wave Beam can open purple, Ice Beam will open white doors, and then later the Plasma Beam will open red doors. I'll get more into the beams later when we talk about the combat of the game. But anyway, going through this area, we find that the Space Pirates have set up an outpost here. Oh, finally, we get to talk about the Space Pirates again. So after engaging in a lot of combat in almost every room in this area, we find out that the Space Pirates are experimenting with Metroids, like we saw in the data log earlier, but they brought them down to the planet and are doing something to them. We're not quite clear yet. So, we kill the Metroid with a single super missile? Okay. And after proceeding further into this area, we get our first visor upgrade, the Thermal Visor. This helps us see heated areas, or even lets us see better in the dark, too. And also, apparently them containing the Thermal Visor in this room is what supplied power to this whole outpost. So now, we have to power up the door again, and everything goes dark. Luckily, the Thermal Visor will help us see things, and it'll help us see panels that we need to shoot with the Wave Beam in order to repower things. So, the Wave Beam actually has some uses outside of combat and opening doors, which is very useful. So after proceeding out of that area, we come fight this big piece of shit rock monster called Thardus, and we get to use our new Thermal Visor to see which rock that we actually need to hit on him. Exposing the rock using the Thermal Visor will overload your Thermal Visor with thermal radiation or something, and now we can't see, so we have to unequip the Thermal Visor. Now we can see that the rock we're shooting at is glowing blue. What is this blue glowing substance? Huh. That'll be answered later. But we kill Thardus, and afterwards we get a new Morph Ball upgrade, the Spider Ball. This allows us to ride up magnetic rails, and we can unlock more things with this. Nice! So we'll take the rails that are in the room to get out of here, and then we find another elevator. And this elevator takes us to Magmore Caverns. Ugh. Why? Okay. There is a reason this elevator is here, and it goes back to the backtracking problem I mentioned earlier. You may have noticed that there was a spider ball rail in the elevator room itself. Well, why couldn't we go up that? Well, this is why. There's a white door, and And as I mentioned before, different beams open different doors, and I mentioned earlier that the ice beam will open white doors. So now we gotta go find the ice beam. Well, might as well go back down to Magmore Caverns again. Okay. Without knowing exactly where to go, it can be a little bit confusing. So most players will probably get their first hint besides the initial hint here, or maybe even the boost ball one. So where exactly are we supposed to go from here? Well, this new elevator to Magmore Caverns leads us to a whole brand new area, you know? So we get to explore a little bit more Magmore Caverns than we could before. This also connects up to the old path of Magmore Caverns that we couldn't get to before. Especially since this whole area that we just now explored hooks up to where the Talon Overworld elevator is, with that spider ball track we saw earlier. Well, you didn't see it in the footage, but in gameplay you'll see it. So at first, we think we're supposed to go back to Talon Overworld since this area leads us to that room, right? Well, no. What we're actually supposed to do is head back up to the Chozo Ruins from the way we came down to Magmore Caverns. So basically go back to Flagr's boss room. On our way there, we can use the super missiles to blow open these things so that we can reveal runes that we need to scan to get rid of the shield that is covering the spider ball track. Once we go up the spider ball track and get back into Flagr's room, an enemy type that we've never seen will spawn. I'll get more into these enemies later. Defeating all these enemies rewards us with what's called a Chozo artifact. Well, what does that do? Again, I'll get more into the Chozo artifacts later. But now we head back to this room right here that is near the Bomb Guardian, and we can take the spider ball track up. This will let us explore the other area in the Chozo Ruins. And exploring this area, we will finally get the ice beam. So now we have to go back to the Phendrana Drifts, to the one elevator after Thardis, and now we can open that ice beam door and continue on. This will net us the gravity suit, which will then allow us to go explore more areas in the Talon Overworld, and yeah. I think you get the point that people have an issue with the backtracking, but I'm going to say something a little bit controversial that I think most people won't agree with. I don't think the backtracking in this game is really that bad. I mean, sure, for a first player, it may be getting a little bit annoying that you have to go from place to place, back and forth, to get a new item to open an area. But, come on, guys. This isn't something new for the series. I mean, come on. In Super Metroid, if you were doing the intended route, you were supposed to go down to Norfair to get the high jump boots, and then go into Kraid, fight Kraid to get the Various suit, and then go back into Norfair. Like, it's not that much different. Or hell, even in Zero Mission, it's worse too. If you're doing Zero Mission's intended route without any of the sequence breaks or any of the skips that the game provides you, then you have to do something similar to what I just mentioned that you have to do in Super Metroid, where you have to go back to area to get one upgrade, to go find another upgrade, go to another area to get another upgrade, go back to a different area, and that you get the point. This is something that has been in this franchise forever, and I don't really know why specifically this game gets most of the flack for it. Maybe because the areas are bigger and it's just a different thing because it's in a 3D space. I'm not entirely sure. But I just know that I don't think this complaint is very well founded, especially for me, for somebody that's played this game a million times. And I know. I played the game a million times. I already know what to do, like the back of my hand, right? But this has always been a part in the series, and if you're not a speedrunner, then you're always going to have to deal with stuff like this, right? But now that I mentioned the backtracking, let's actually get back to some of the things I really like about this game. But real quick, I want to mention something. A lot of people say that sequence breaks and other things, like other Metroid games, would help make this game better. Well, for example, you can do some sequence breaks in certain versions of this game. If you have the original 1.0 GameCube release of this game, then you can do what's called a scan dash. So basically, you can lock onto something with your scan visor and do a super quick dash that will make you go super fast. You can do this as soon as you land on Talon 4, and it lets you get the space jump super early. That way you can mitigate backtracking to the Chozo Ruins later, and you can get a lot of the stuff now, including missile tanks or even some energy tanks you're not supposed to get at this point. And that's not all. There's also ways to get power bombs early. There's a way to go through Magmore Caverns without the Various suit. There's tons of stuff that you can do in the original GameCube release. However, a lot of this was patched in later versions of the game, and the Metroid Prime Trilogy, most of this is patched as well. I do know in certain versions of Metroid Prime Remastered, you can also get the space jump early, but you need bombs to do it, or you need a couple other things to do. Like, you can get the ice beam early by glitching out of bounds in this version, as well as the remastered version. But anyway, I just wanted to bring that up because I know some people will say that it's a lot easier on the original GameCube release to mitigate the backtracking. But now let's get back into what I was talking about earlier. For starters, let's go back to the Phendrana Drifts and talk about that Space Pirate outpost that we found. This is the first time that we see the Space Pirates again since the beginning of the game, and we don't really know what they've been doing here, but now we actually get a little bit more insight to what they're doing. We find out that there's this radioactive substance called phazon on the planet. That's that blue-like substance similar to what I talked about on Thardis earlier. So something is causing this to spread across the planet. We don't know what yet at this point. But the Space Pirates are interested in it, and they're conducting experiments on the Metroids that they brought here with the phazon. There's even a lore tab in this area that explains another experiment that the Space Pirates are working on. They state that they're trying to work on something similar to Samus's Morph Ball, but all the test subjects become deformed when they try testing it. That's just something that makes me love this game even more, the little silly details in the lore like that. We also learn that there's some sort of headquarters that they have on the other side of the planet, a mine of sorts, as you will, and they're trying to get as much phazon as they can to try to experiment on their own elites as well. But we'll get to that area soon. Well, like I said back in the backtracking section of this video, after you get the thermal visor in this area, you go back and fight Thardis. Thardis is this big pile of rocks that was infected by phazon, and that's why it's sentient in a sense. So, we need to take it down in order to get the Spider Ball in this case. And now's a good point to talk about some of the bosses in this game. Most of the bosses, with the exception of a few of them, aren't particularly great. I get they were trying to find some way to recreate Kraid. I heard that they were even going to try to do Kraid in Magmore Caverns at one point in development, but that's not what's in this game. They couldn't find a way to get Kraid in the game, because in 3D it probably wouldn't have worked. These bosses are kind of just here because it's the way they would work in 3D. We'll talk about some of the good bosses later on, because most of the good bosses are bosses at the end of the game, really. But the early bosses, until you get to the phazon mines later in the game, aren't great. And Thardis is a great example of that. At first, you have to use the thermal visor to see what rock is his weak point. Then it will flash orange once you destroy this weak point, and then you can damage the phazon core on the inside. The problem is that this takes forever. You can't really shoot the rock that's exposed when he starts rolling because he's rolling everywhere, right? So in this case, Thardis is just mainly a means to waste our time before we get our next upgrade, and it's not really a fun boss fight at all. There are great bosses in the game, like I said, and we'll get to those very soon. I'm not really going to sit here and talk about the section where we need to backtrack back to Chozo Ruins to get the Ice Beam. I already mentioned that part, and that part does add a drag point to the game. But once we get back, we enter this new section of Phendrana Drifts. There's technically a third section of this area. This section is filled with a lot of areas with water, and wouldn't you know it, the gravity suit is in this area as well. Traversing through this area will get us the gravity suit, and so we can move freely underwater. It adds a little bit of defense to us as well, but other than that, it doesn't do much. It really serves the purpose of getting into a couple areas for the end game, and that's about it. The gravity suit isn't as useful in this game as it is in Zero Mission or even Super Metroid. Almost forgot the name of that game. And the main reason for that is because it doesn't protect us against lava like it did in those games. It mainly just helps us move freely underwater, and it actually clears up our visor when we're underwater too. As you'll notice in the footage when we get to that point, when you're underwater, your visor fogs up, kind of immersing you into the shoes of Samus Aran even more, but it can be a little annoying the first time if you don't know about it. But once you get the gravity suit, this goes away. So now I'm going to mention one other thing before we go underwater and use the gravity suit in Town Overworld. Another thing that this game gets a lot of flack for is its endgame item quests, something that plagued GameCube games from this generation. I mean, seriously, around this time you had the Wind Waker Triforce Hunt and Triforce whatever that was, and then you also had the Super Mario Sunshine get to level 7 of every world or whatever type shit. It wasn't great back then, and this was a trend that I'm kind of glad that they got rid of after a while. See, around the time that you get Boost Ball, when you're back in the Talon Overworld, you might explore around your ship a little bit and go through this area. This takes you to an ancient Chozo temple, and it tells you about a Chozo artifact. I already mentioned the Chozo artifacts earlier, but these are an important thing at the end game in this game, and unfortunately it's a trend that the entire trilogy uses. Later in the game, we basically learned that this impact crater is the impact of a meteor that landed on this planet centuries ago. This was the great poison that the Chozo were talking about, and not the poison that Flagra was causing. The great poison that the Chozo were referring to was indeed the Phazon, and this impact crater kind of acts as a sealed gate of sorts to keep whatever evil landed on that with that meteor sealed until their chosen warrior could come. In this case, it's us, so we have to find all the Chozo artifacts in order to open the impact crater. Now, why is this a problem, you may ask? The first Chozo artifact most people will find will either be the one coming up here inside the ancient temple, or it'll be the one in Flager's boss room with the Chozo ghost encounter. So what's the problem with this exactly? I mean, how many Chozo artifacts do we need to find? 12. We have to find 12 Chozo artifacts. And like I said, most of them are pretty well hidden and you need specific upgrades in order to find them. Most upgrades you won't get until the end game. So the game really tries to make you go hunt for all these things right at the end of the game in order to finish it. This is padding, I feel like. For people who have never played this game and are going in blind for their first playthrough, they're not going to know where all these things are. Luckily, there are hints that tell you, but they don't tell you exactly where they are. Now, some of them aren't entirely hard to miss, but the one that people really hate is back in that area where we found the gravity suit. At the top of that, one of those cylindrical rooms, there's a secret door that you need the plasma beam to open and power bombs in order to reveal the door. There's a Chozo artifact hiding in there. There's also an artifact hiding back in the Space Pirate stronghold where we fight the jet troopers. We need to go back there with the plasma beam to shoot a box in order to knock down a tower. Inside this tower is another Chozo artifact. So there's 2 Chozo artifacts in Phendrana Drifts that we can't get until the end game at this point. So we're going to have to backtrack back to there later on. Now, if you know what you're doing, and you either have a guide or know exactly where they are beforehand, you can get them whenever you want. Basically, what I always like to do is there's one inside Magmore Caverns, and I like to get it when I'm coming back from getting the Spider Ball and going to Chozo Ruins to get the Ice Beam, because it's on the way there. There's going to be a stone pillar there, and if you shoot a super missile at the stone pillar, there will be a Chozo artifact inside, and it makes the backtracking way easier. In my personal opinion, the other games do this hunt way worse, especially Prime 2, but we'll get to that when we get to that one. But this one isn't so bad if you've already played the game before or even have a guide. You can cut down on the backtracking quite significantly, but it's not guaranteed that everybody's going to have that. But now back on to the main path. Now we come to this room in the Talon Overworld, and we can cross it using the gravity suit that we now acquired. This will take us to the crashed frigate Orpheon, the ship that we were on in the beginning of the game. I've already talked about how much I love the musical piece that plays here, but it really is super relaxing, and I love it so much. But this area is not just a straight shot either. We need to use our thermal visor and the wave beam in order to progress through since the power is out. This section's pretty reminiscent of the wrecked ship from Super Metroid as well, however there isn't a giant ghost boss fight that we need to fight here in order to turn the power on. We can do that quite easily ourselves. Overall, I think this is a pretty memorable set piece in the game. You just got the gravity suit, and now you get to go back and explore the wrecked ship that you caused the damage of in the beginning of the game. You get to see how panicking the space pirates are trying to get their test subjects off the ship, or whatever's left of it. It's really funny to see them panicking, sending jet troopers down here with water apparatuses in order to get them all out. It's really funny. But that's not the only reason we're here. The reason we're taking this way through Talon Overworld is to get to the other side, because we learned that their base is on the other side, the Phazon Mines. And this place is dangerous. As soon as we enter this area, we know that this place is nothing to be messing around with. We're thrown into fights with space pirates, their defense turrets, and whatever kind of other defenses they throw at us as soon as we step foot in here. They do not want us here, and they really don't want us to stop their experiments of the Phazon. Now, this area may be an endgame area, but it is not free from backtracking at all. Basically, we need to go through and get power bombs because there's this one room with the cylindrical puzzle that we need to use the spider ball up to get the grapple beam. Yes, the final upgrade that we're still missing from the intro of the game. This room in particular. We also meet a new type of enemy. These space pirates have armor that can only be damaged by a certain type of beam based on the color. As we can see, these ones were yellow, so we need to use the power beam. If they're purple, use the wave beam. White, the ice beam, and then yada yada. Plasma beam for you get it. But this room, we need to line up the spider ball tracks in order to proceed. The only problem is that one of the things that we need to get to the top, where the grapple beam is blocked by a bunch of rocks labeled Bendesium. Bendesium can only be destroyed by power bombs. You wouldn't necessarily know this unless you had power bombs already, or you knew to look into your inventory and look to see what type of items can destroy what type of materials. We know that cordite can be destroyed by super missiles by looking at this, and Bendesium can be destroyed by power bombs once we obtain them. So alright, let's go up the middle path and then we'll go get some power bombs. Once we get to the power bomb room, we have to fight a little mini boss. It's one of those security drones that we found earlier, but it's cloaked. I'm not entirely sure if you need to scan this guy for 100%. I've never found a way to successfully scan him before he goes invisible. But if you need to scan him for 100%, that's another thing that's pretty hard about this area. Some of the scans can be pretty unforgivable. But after taking him down, we can do a little laser maze underneath the floor and obtain the power bombs. The power bomb is more useful than the grapple beam. Grapple beam is only used in a couple spots in the game, really, to get some upgrades, but the power bombs are useful for almost everything. They're useful tools in combat, they're useful for getting to new places, finding the Chozo artifacts, and they're especially useful for a really difficult boss that is coming up soon. We'll get more to that when we get to him. But after getting power bombs, we come to this room. We'll end up finding it, and then we'll have to make our way back the way we came. But basically, this room, we can't cross without another upgrade. We're going to need to go get another visor upgrade, the X-ray visor. But we might as well go get grapple beam while we're here, so let's go get grapple beam. But first, remember how I said the pirates were experimenting on their own elites with Phazon? Well, this is one of those pirate elites that we're going to have to fight. They can block your shots when they have their hand up, and you can only shoot them when they're attacking you, pretty much. They're not super hard to take down, but they are a little bit more annoying than the normal space pirates. As we can see here, he's blocking my shots, or if I shoot him, he'll absorb the shots and even gain some health back, too, by doing that. We fought one of these things on the way here as well, and we're going to be fighting some more of them, too. Oh, trust me. At this point, we can find a log, too, that foreshadows that the space pirates were even successful in infusing Phazon into one of their elites, and they've now named that test subject the Omega Pirate. Nice foreshadowing for an upcoming boss, and it really makes it sound like a threat as well, the way the lore makes it sound anyway. But going back to that cylindrical room, we can finally go to the top and get the grapple beam back. Now, we gotta go back to the Talon Overworld and get the X-ray scope. Luckily, there's a nice little shortcut that takes us back to the entrance to the Phazon Mines, so that way we can get back to Talon Overworld easier. This is why I don't really mind the backtracking in this area too much, because there's a lot of little shortcuts that take us from one place to another. Later on, we'll even find an elevator that takes us to the complete opposite side, back kind of where we need to use the X-ray scope anyway. Back in the Talon overworld, we can open up a little secret passage that allows us to get to another area of the Talon overworld previously only accessible from a elevator in the Chozo ruins. This is where we need to go to get the X-ray visor. Luckily, now that we have power bombs, we can blow up the Bendesium rock that is blocking our passage in order to get the X-ray visor. But inside the X-ray visor room, there's a little surprise. You see, we can see that these walls can be broken, and if we scan them, we'll see that they're Bendesium. So we can just blow them open and get out of here. X-ray visor will allow us to see through walls that can be possibly broken, just like that. In fact, that's why this enemy respawns here constantly. In case you're out of power bombs, you can get one, because you can't get out any other way. By doing a little puzzle in this room, we can get our next Chozo artifact. But before we leave, we have to take on some Chozo ghosts. I'm pretty sure that even though if you don't know the artifact is in this room, the Chozo ghosts will still spawn before you leave. But this is basically a tutorial to help us see that we can see specific enemies in the X-ray visor. Notice how the Chozo ghosts go invisible. We can constantly see them while we're in the X-ray visor now, so any encounter that we further have with them in the future is pretty much trivial since we can always see them. And while in some cases, like this room, we have to kill all of them in order to unlock the door to get out, it's not like that in every room. There's a lot of rooms in Chozo ruins where the ghosts will spawn, but you don't need to kill them in order to unlock the doors. Yeah. Fuck you, Pirate Commandos. But we'll get to those guys when we get to Metroid Prime 2. It's at this point that I like to go back through the Chozo elevator to go to the other elevator in Chozo ruins, near where we got the ice beam, to go back to the Talon overworld, because if we jump out there, it takes us out by the crashed frigate. From there, we can go to the Magmore Caverns, and I like to do this now so that way we can get the plasma beam. You see, one of the dirty checks that this game does after getting the X-ray visor is that once you hop across the platforms, you'll notice that there will be a red door on that side. That door can only be opened by the plasma beam, much like the wave and ice beam doors. The shitty part about this is that the game does not give you the hint to where the plasma beam is until you get back to that room and cross it and get to that door. So that's why I like to do this little route, so that way I can come back through Magmore Caverns to get the plasma beam where it's held, since we have all the necessary upgrades in order to get it now. And then there's another secret elevator that can take us back to the Phazon mines on the opposite side, right by where we need to go. So that way it cuts back on the backtracking a little bit. You wouldn't necessarily know this on your first playthrough, but I mean, if you haven't played the game yet and you're going to check it out now, go ahead. Take that tip, run with it. But now that we're almost an hour into this video, let's finally talk about some of the combat in this game, mainly the beams. Now, the power beam is just your standard beam, it's nothing crazy, but you can spit out a lot of damage pretty fast, and you get access to the super missiles. Every single beam in this game has what's called a beam combo, where when you do a charge shot with that beam and press the missile button, you can do a specific beam combo if you've collected that item. For example, super missiles. Super missiles aren't a selectable item like they were in Super Metroid or even Zero Mission, but they are a beam combo in the Prime series. So what you would do is you would charge up your charge beam, and then once it's fully charged, you press the missile button, and you'll shoot off a super missile. Super missiles are extremely damaging, and they probably my go-to tool for damage output in this game, because they're so reliable. The Wave Beam gets the Wave Buster. The Wave Buster shoots out a beam of electric energy that basically looks like a Ghostbusters proton pack. Maybe that's why they call it the Wave Buster, I guess. But every tick of damage and every second that you're using this, it drains a single missile. If you want to use your missiles fast, this is the way to do it. Unlike the super missiles that take 5 missiles per shot, these continuously drain your missiles until you let go of the missile button. The Ice Spreader basically shoots a giant thing of ice, freezing all enemies, and basically is a more powerful super missile. I don't necessarily like using this one as much, because sometimes the super missiles can track, but the Ice Spreader doesn't track enemies when you're locked onto them as much. It's a little bit harder to hit your mark, and it really works on big targets, but I don't necessarily use this one that much. Finally, the Plasma Beam gets the Flamethrower. This thing is pretty much useless, since you can do the same amount of damage output that the Flamethrower does to a single enemy with just a charge shot and a couple normal shots of the Plasma Beam. This thing is pretty much useless, and you're only really getting it for 100% completion. I know I talked about the secondary fires a lot, but that's mainly where I see a lot of the use out of these weapons. Sometimes the wave beam can be used to help stun enemies since it electrocutes them if you charge shot them. The ice beam can freeze enemies, which can let you follow up with a single missile to blow them up. And the plasma beam has a really high damage output and burns enemies the more that you shoot them. Each of them have their own use case in combat as well, and I feel like I mix around the beams quite a bit. Like I said before, some of the space pirates even have specific beams that can only hurt them, like in the Phazon Mines, where we can only hurt those specific yellow troopers with the power beam. The best case to use each of the beams really is whenever you want to make a fight easy or difficult. If you want every fight to be pretty difficult, just use the power beam and nothing but the power beam. Don't even use super missiles at that point. Just use the normal power beam and every fight will be more challenging because you're going to have a little bit less damage output compared to the wave, plasma, or ice beams. The ice beam shoots a little bit slower, so it's harder to hit shots with it, but that's what makes up for its high damage capability with freezing enemies, allowing you to kill them instantly. So I think it's pretty balanced in that regard. The plasma beam, you can just fucking spam and set enemies on fire until they're incinerated. It's super satisfying watching that animation. And I'm sure in the future footage, when you see me talking about the rest of this game, you'll see I get quite a bit of use on it on normal enemies. But that's really about it. When it comes to bosses, you don't get a lot of these beam upgrades for all the bosses. None of this stuff stacks like in the 2D games, so you're not going to be utilizing the overpowered combination of like the plasma, ice, and wave beam like you would in the 2D games. But like I said, each beam kind of has its own use case, and each case is very welcoming, and it adds a little bit more variety to gameplay, which is another thing I love about this. But anyway, this is becoming more of a ramble session showing you guys something. So, we get the plasma beam, and then we need to make our way back to the Phazon Mines. There is another area near where the Phendrana Drifts elevator into this place was, where there's Bendesium. If we destroy the Bendesium, blocking the path, it will take us to the Phazon Mines. Now that we're back in that Metroid room in the Phazon Mines, things are getting a little bit more dangerous. There's more and more Phazon on the floor, and there's more enemies to boot. We see that a lot of the Metroids that they were taking as test subjects have broken out and are covering these areas now. We'll later even find a new form of Metroid that is infected by the Phazon, but we'll talk more about them when we get to the Impact Crater. For now, we're going to the deepest part of the Phazon Mine. This is where they're keeping that so-called Omega Pirate that they were talking about. And we're going to go down and destroy him because we can't let the space pirates get away with anything, especially if they're trying to take over the galaxy with this Phazon substance. So, let's continue on.
Recording to logbook.
This right here, the Omega Pirate, is what I think the best boss in the game is. There's so many different ways to defeat this guy, and if you're really good at it, you can kill him in one phase. I know I haven't mentioned this much, but I see a lot of influence from this game and other games like it in the games I play today. For example, this boss is basically a Destiny raid boss. I know, Destiny in 2025, at least the second half of 2025, who gives a fuck? But this boss is basically a Destiny raid boss. It's basically like if Insurrection Prime from Scourge of the Past was soloable in a dungeon. I guess raid boss wasn't the great thing, maybe dungeon boss. The reason I compare this to one of those bosses is because there's a lot of mechanics to set up damage in this boss as opposed to some of the other bosses in the game. Basically, we need to destroy all 4 of this guy's armor. He's got 2 shoulder pads and 2 knee pads. You can do this by shooting at them, or, like you saw me do, you can go up to him and use power bombs on him. I alluded to this earlier. Once you break all 4, he's going to call in a bunch of space pirates that can only be damaged with specific beams, and he'll go invisible. You can only see him in the X-ray visor. He will spawn on one of the 3 Phazon platforms in this room. If you don't damage him, he will regenerate health. So what you have to do is, while he's standing there, is shoot a super missile. At least that's what I find it does the most damage. I mean, look at it. And then he will teleport to another one. If you do this correctly, you can chain it so that you can kill him in one phase and not have to destroy his armor again. But this is only if you're fast enough. I have done it before, but in this run I clearly didn't. As a kid, I remember this boss giving me the hardest time. I didn't read the scan logs back when I was a kid, but then again, I was a stupid kid. Like, I didn't even know you could change your Keyblade in Kingdom Hearts 2. That's how fucking stupid I was, right? But anyway, I used to die over and over again on this boss because I couldn't figure out what to do. I didn't know what I was supposed to use or anything. And then finally, I scanned him and found out that he can go invisible. So then I thought to myself, what other enemies can go invisible? Well, the Chozo Ghosts. So let's use that as an example. Let's use the X-ray visor. Oh, it worked. Okay, so now I need to figure out what the best way to damage him is. It's expert boss design, I feel like. This isn't the best boss in the series, but it's definitely the best boss in this game. By far. But after some time, we're able to take the Omega Pirate down. And with that, we get the final suit upgrade of the game. And besides another defense boost, honestly guys, this doesn't really feel that special of an upgrade. Let's just walk on Phazon, really. That's about it. That's really about it. So at this point in the game, what we're basically supposed to do is we're going to go find the Chozo artifacts to unlock the seal of the impact crater. Because I already mentioned this to you guys, I'm not going to show you all that. So we're going to skip ahead to what happens once you find all of those artifacts. We finally meet face to face with Ridley again for the first time since we saw him back in the Phendrana Drifts. And now he's trying to get into the impact crater to get whatever's trapped in there. So we're gonna stop him. I apologize for the frame rate that's inside of the video right now. My emulator was being kind of screwy with the settings I had on it. So, just as a heads up. I know I said the Omega Pirate was the best fight in this game, and I mean it. A lot of people say that this fight is the best in the game, or even the fights that will come after this fight. I disagree. The reason I disagree is because in this fight there's a lot of waiting. It's not a lot of action compared to the Omega Pirate fight. This swooping attack where Ridley will fly all the way out there and you can't hit him, and then he'll come in and he'll bomb the arena, happens way too often to make this fight good in my opinion. This fight just drags on and on. After you do enough damage, you'll reach the second phase of the fight. Ridley's wings will burn up and then he will be a ground target instead of a flying target. This in no means makes this fight easier to handle. In fact, now we have to wait even longer for him to even expose his weak point to us. We have to shoot him in the mouth until he gets stunned enough, and then we have a very brief window to shoot a super missile or a charge shot or whatever into his chest, which will damage him. It just takes way too long, because I swear sometimes I'll be hitting him in the mouth or even in the chest when his thing is exposed, and it just won't take damage. Like here, none of those shots took any damage, really. If they did, it wasn't very much. But finally, we end up killing Ridley, and then we never have to worry about this bastard for the rest of the series. Man, this guy just comes back in everything, doesn't he? Now, we find ourselves in the final area of the game, the impact crater. If we wanted to, we could leave to go collect some more items, but at this point, I don't really know where all of them are, so whatever. This main room, we encounter those fission Metroids I mentioned earlier. They can only be damaged with the beam of the color that they are, much like those space pirates we found before. Likely a issue due to phazon poisoning. It's important to note that this orange stuff that's on the ground will damage us, unlike the phazon. We're not really given an explanation to what this orange phazon substance is. It literally says if you scan it that there's not very much information about there, or there's no information actually. But our phazon suit won't shield us from it. It will still hurt us. But finally, this is the last missile refill station in the game. The final boss is coming up. It is the source of all the phazon. Metroid Prime. There's a couple mechanics to this fight that are worthy to know. Basically, Metroid Prime will tend to a different layer of the impact crater, and we have to chase it down whenever it burrows down. Much like the Fission Metroids and Space Pirates before it, it has specific armor capabilities depending on what beam you're using. So, yellow use power beam, purple use wave beam, yada yada yada, you get the idea. A lot of that is used in the end game of this game. For the final boss, I think this boss is actually pretty good for this game. It makes you use everything in your arsenal. A lot of times, this is where you will see the other beam combos, such as the Wave Buster or even the Ice Spreader used mainly, since it's the easier target to hit out of all other enemies or bosses. So now, all we really gotta do is just keep hitting it until it burrows down. In some cases like this, it will actually charge at us, and we'll have to go in the morph ball to get into little trenches in order to avoid getting hit. There isn't really much else to say about this fight, except the amazing fucking soundtrack that you hear in the background. It is amazing, and it only gets better. But we take down Metroid Prime, and we fall it down into the depths of the impact crater. Wrath of Metroid Prime. And while the first phase of this fight uses our beams to its full advantage, this fight uses our visors to its full advantage. At first we can see Metroid Prime, and we can't damage it with any of our weapons. But eventually Metroid Prime will spawn a pool of Phazon. Standing in this pool of Phazon activates a secondary feature of the Phazon suit. If we step into this pool of Phazon, it will give us Hyper Mode. And this is the only way that we can damage Metroid Prime. Its greatest strength is also its greatest downfall. We can damage it and overload it with Phazon in order to kill it. But whenever it spawns a pool of Phazon, it will also disappear from view. In order to see it, we need to switch visors. So using our X-ray, thermal, and combat visor, it'll switch through them on a cycle, so most likely it'll go X-ray, then thermal, then back to combat. But you have to basically wait until it spawns another pool of Phazon in order to be able to see it. Again, this fight isn't too bad, it's more for the spectacle of it, you know? And again, the music of this fight is fucking phenomenal. And eventually, just like its first form, we take down Metroid Prime. And with that, the source of the Phazon and the great poison of Talon 4 is defeated. If you're able to get 100% items and 100% scans in the game, you'll get this secret ending. Even coming back in 2025, flaws and all, based on its time, I still love this game. It's one of my favorite games of all time, like I said before, and I can come back to this game and play it any fucking day, and I would have a blast. But that being said, there are some things that newcomers may find alienating. The backtracking, or even just the first-person controls. That's why I recommend using Prime Hack with mouse and keyboard controls. It really makes this game feel brought to modern age. Or if you got a Switch, get the Prime Remastered version. That is also very modern as well, and I rarely recommend that version as the definitive version. There were little quirks of mouse and keyboard controls when I played it for this run, but I still think Prime Remastered is the definitive version. We can't say that for Prime 2 and 3, however, because those aren't out with a remastered version, as of the date of this video being out. But, I mean, what else can I really say that I haven't said already? This game is special. It's on Metacritic's must-play list, too. It's one of the highest scoring Metacritic games of all time, also. So, If you've never played a Metroid game before, I highly recommend you check out this one if you're trying to get into Metroid. It's very beginning friendly in some points, but it doesn't hold your hand the entire way through. I really recommend this game. I love it to death. And any problems, hey, maybe they'll be fixed in the sequel, right? Metroid Prime 2 released 2 years after Metroid Prime 1 in 2004. 2004 was already a busy year for first-person shooters, especially in the sci-fi genre. Halo 2 came out just a couple weeks before this game. So that could tell you how this game sold. But we're not talking about selling of games in this video, we're talking about quality. And as I alluded before, Prime 2 did fix some of the problems with Prime 1. So why don't I think this game is better than Prime 1? Well, it fixed a bunch of problems that were in the original game, Prime 1, but it added a lot of problems as well. And we'll get into those. But I do have something of an admission right now. As a kid, I used to hate this fucking game. I used to hate it more than any other game. This was my least favorite game of all time for a very long while. And why? Well, I was a stupid kid. Growing up and replaying it, it's actually fine. It's a good game. It is a good game. I'm not going to downplay it. It's a good game, and it fixes a lot of the issues from Prime 1. Some people say it even is better than Prime 1. I disagree. But a lot of those things are very nitpicky, so this section of the video talking about Prime 2 may be a little bit more nitpicky than before. But it is still a great game. So let's get into Prime 2. Maybe if we just start talking about it, that way you can understand my grievances with this game. And I mean, yeah, the video is already a fucking hour and 20 plus minutes long. Get on with it, right? Right into the point. Nothing really too bad to say about the intro here, just quick and to the point. You'll notice I got some HD textures and I changed the reticle in this video. I did this for Prime 3 as well. I figured all of this stuff out after my Prime 1 recording and I didn't want to go back. But anyway, let's talk about what's happening in Prime 2. One of the biggest changes that we can see here is that the scan visor's got a total upgrade. Now, the entire object is outlined as opposed to just scanning an orange or red circle as before. This helps us know what we're actually scanning more so than before. Another thing I like about Prime 2's scan system of the first game is that if it's a lore tab or a creature, it won't tell you everything up front, but if you want to learn more about it, you can simply go to that tab in your logbook just by the click of a button. Beforehand, if you wanted to relearn about something, you had to go there specifically, but now there's a specific prompt that will take you right to it. While this game does tell its narrative very similar to Prime 1 through lore and scan logs, this game takes a different approach. We're told more about what's actually going on than before. It's not just up to us to find out, the game will actually tell us what's going on in some cases, and our main objective. We'll get more into that in a little bit. We find a little area where the Galactic Federation were stationed, and wow, they are long dead. Could it be these splinters that killed them? I'm not kind of weak, but that's it for us to figure out what's going on exactly. Scanning some of the bodies will give us some lore entries and to give us a little bit more idea what's going on. It seems that this Galactic Federation split up and they're in a hive of splinters. This one soldier doesn't even like this idea because... But in the back of your mind, you're still thinking to yourself, these splinters couldn't have done anything. Could that big thing we just saw have done anything? Huh. Well, let's continue on and find out. Suddenly, the once dead GF troopers come back to life from some sort of dark substance. Now they're attacking us. This genuinely creeped the hell out of me when I was a kid, and it still kind of creeps me out now. There's nothing really we can do at this point. They're attacking us, so we gotta make sure that they don't kill us. So at that point, we just gotta shoot back. Making our way through this GF facility and killing any of the dark GF troopers that come our way, we'll find somebody in a room, go into some sort of portal. Maybe this will give us some answers that we need. What the hell was that thing? That was Metroid Prime. But it looked different. Like, it's more corrupted by Phazon than it was before. And now, there's this dark portal that takes us to somewhere where the atmosphere is poisonous. And this dark creatures, and all of our shit's gone now. What the hell? Much like the frigate Orpheon in the beginning of the first game, we have to start from scratch as well here. This actually makes a little bit more sense to me than the friggin' Orphean did, because instead of just getting knocked back and hitting ourselves on a wall, we're actually getting attacked by a bunch of creatures, and these creatures actually steal our upgrades from the suit. Man, the Chozo have all this super advanced technology, but they couldn't keep just one singular creature from taking data for the suit and making it its own. Wow. There's more for us to find in regards to those GF troopers, though. So we continue investigating the surrounding area and see if we can find where their ship landed. We see that everybody in the area is dead. Upon realizing this, we then find one GF trooper who uploaded their final log to this computer. And then we watch their final moments. It's here that we find out that the GF troopers we were tasked for finding were chasing a space pirate frigate to the planet Aether. It crash landed, and then no communications could get out due to the atmospheric interference caused by whatever this other dark dimension is. The GF troops lost sight of the space pirates and were forced to land. Very similar to how we were forced to land after taking damage in the storm above the atmosphere. This is where we find out that a bunch of dark splinters ambushed the remaining GF troopers, killing all of them. And this is what we see in the final log displayed on screen. One thing I will give Prime 2 over Prime 1 is that it makes these dark enemies out to be a substantial threat. More so than the space pirates were in Prime 1. That was a little bit more build up to that in Prime 1. But here, we know straight from the get-go that these things are not to be messed around with. Another great moment is Samus's character shows how human she is. But she feels fear and all this other stuff just like these GF troopers do. She closes the dead trooper's eye, knows she has to move on. It's another great moment in this game, and I really like it. These games don't really explore Samus as a character until mainly Prime 3, but it's a great insight into who she is as a person. We also regain access to the missile launcher in this area. We're not super far without it. Most of the upgrades that we currently lost will get back faster than we did in Prime 1, with a few exceptions. There's only one real way out of this room. We can shoot a missile at the red blast door that's in this room. That allows us to get out of here. There are many different types of blast doors in this game. Instead of just having Bendisium or even Cordite for super missiles and power bombs specifically, we also get specific blast shields for these as well. Green will be a super missile blast shield door, much like in Super Metroid, and yellow will be similar to the power bomb one, also in Super Metroid. I guess the developers thought that in Prime 1, these were very situational based on the material that you can destroy with them, so adding this gives them a little bit more flavor in the context of exploration, I guess. Proceeding through the one area that we can go into this room, we end up at this great temple in the center of the area. Taking an elevator up, we will come to our first mini-boss of the game. This mini-boss is kind of similar to the beetles that we had to fight to get the Morph Ball in Prime 1. At first, we're fighting a bunch of dark splinters, and finally the sack in the top of the room will hatch, giving us the real boss of this area. So we take on the dark splinters until the alpha splinter hatches. After a while, this dark energy will corrupt the alpha splinter, turning it into the dark alpha splinter. You'll notice that I scanned it here. I did scan it once before when it hatched as well. Well, Prime 2 does this thing where an enemy can count as more than one scan, too. This is something that I don't really like. In some cases, you don't know exactly when you're supposed to scan a new enemy. In this case, it's relatively obvious. It goes from the Alpha Splinter to the Dark Alpha Splinter. But, in my opinion, it's still just as bad as later cases of this, because if you miss the Alpha Splinter, you have to die and reload a save in order to get the Alpha Splinter scan. To my knowledge, there's no other way to get that scan besides in this area. It's like most of the bosses in Prime 1, or most of the one-off enemies in Prime 1. But there's a lot more of that here. I never really go for 100% scans in this game. Killing the Dark Alpha Splinter gets this weird ball of energy to spawn. And it flows into Samus. What the hell is this thing? Well, we don't really have to wait too long to find out, as again, there's only really one option we can take out of this room after obtaining this orb. When I was younger, I used to ask why that this orb would be compatible with their suit, given that this planet is not a Chozo planet, but there is actually a reason for this, and I'll get more into that in the lore later. But going through the one single door that we can go through in this area, we find a creature at the top of the elevator. We've never encountered a creature of this type before, so of course we're cautious. We learn that this creature is one of the ancient Luminoth species, home to the planet of Aether. This Luminoth is named Umos, and he gives us a little expedition dump of what's going on this planet. Basically, a meteor hit this planet a long time ago and split the planet into two dimensions, one of light and one of dark. Both dimensions have been warring for total control of the planet for centuries. This is what's causing the atmospheric storm, as the dark world is causing imbalance with the light world. Since within these wars, the dark world was able to capture more of the planetary energy that is used to keep that world alive. We learn that these creatures that are aiding Dark Samus are called the Ing, natives to the dark dimension of Aether. And that the ball of light that we had was something that allows us to capture planetary energy from one source. The Ing were trying to capture all the light energy left so that way they can take control of the entire planet. And that way Dark Aether would be the only dimension left. This is what I was talking about when I said that this game's narrative is a little bit more involved than Prime 1 and actually tells you more than that game. Instead of figuring this out all by ourselves, we're told by it. Now, in this case, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Having the narrative told to you in this way can make it more engaging for some. In fact, I do think some of the story beats in this game are a little bit more engaging than Prime 1's overall. But when you break down what the first half of the story actually is, it's the first half of every Legend of Zelda game ever made. Let me explain. We're told that there are 3 temples across Aether that we have to restore the planetary energy to, which means we have to go into the dark dimension, steal the planetary energy that they stole from us, and regain it in the light world. I compare this to Zelda because in both A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time, there are 3 dungeons you need to do to get the 3 sacred pendants. These pendants will unlock the ability for you to use the Master Sword. In this case, the Master Sword is a suit upgrade. I'm not really spoiling anything. We kind of know what we're going to be getting at the end of this. It's going to be some sort of light energy that will help us conquer the dark dimension. I'll compare it mostly to A Link to the Past since we're going to be going back and forth from light to dark realm multiple times in this game. Now, like I said, this is not necessarily a bad thing. Some probably missed a lot of the context in Prime 1, and having us told in a more simple fashion of what we're going to be doing on Aether would make sense to some. And that's not to say that the game tells us everything. There are still lore tabs and plenty of other things that will tell us through environmental storytelling what actually happened here. It's just that in the basic premise of all things, this story is a little bit simpler than Prime 1, so I won't spend as much time with it. But we're told the first temple is in the Aegon Wastes on the other side of the planet. So, let's go there. And now, I'm going to talk about one of the things that I'm not the biggest fan of in Prime 2, and that's the visual design. See, if you watched my Prime 1 footage, you know that every single area is visually distinct with a different color palette and certain set pieces or architecture to keep it separated. This game, not so much. A lot of the areas reuse similar architecture types and color palettes. For example, here's a look at what the Temple Grounds area looks like. Now let's take a look at what the Aegon Waste looks like visually. Besides the different enemies and some different plants, they look pretty similar. They both have rock work, they both have similar Luminoth architecture. The colors are slightly more brown in Aegon Waste than they are in the Temple Grounds, but overall they look pretty similar. Now, this is not so much a complaint to the other areas of the game because they definitely look different, and this is not a complaint levied at those. It's mainly just the first couple areas in this game. You feel like you're walking through the same kind of area. You wouldn't really know if it was a different area unless the game didn't tell you when you went down an elevator or the different music or the different enemy types. In Prime 1, you can tell exactly what area you were in just based off its visual design. Now, I know that we're in the Aegon Waste currently because I've played this game before. But those who haven't played this game as much as I have probably wouldn't know. Or at least they would be like me when I was a kid and they would get these two areas confused all the time. But anyway, in this area, we're introduced to the space pirates again. They have a different design. They look similar to how they do in Super Metroid, another influence that this game takes from Super Metroid. And when I say that, I am not saying that as a detriment. You can take a lot of things from Super Metroid. Hell, people say Prime 1 is just Super Metroid but in 3D. And I love that game. So, you can take all you want from Super Metroid. That's not a problem at all. But honestly, out of all the games in this series, this is the one where the space pirates kind of seem shoved in. I'll explain that a little bit more when we get down in the story, but they were pretty essential to the plot in Prime 1, and in Prime 3 they're going to be extremely important. But in this game, they're just kind of there. What we're supposed to do now is find this temple that Umos was talking about. So we explore the Aegon Waste until we find the temple. Before gaining access to this temple, we find our next mini-boss of the game, the Bomb Guardian. Similar to the Alpha Splinter, at first it starts off just a bigger Sand Digger enemy that we've been fighting before. But after a while, it will be corrupted with dark energy, and then it will become the Bomb Guardian. This boss will give us the Morph Ball bombs back, which will be another essential tool into exploring Aether. We get to see our first use of bombs in this area. We can bomb either of the glass panes of this arena. It'll allow us to exit. This will allow us access to the first Aether Temple that we need to visit. Within this temple, we learn a little bit more about the lore in this area. Each temple will give us a little bit more about the lore and tell us about who was guarding the temple at the time. In this case, we meet Isha, a sentinel of the Aegon Waste Light Temple. They give us some information that will be useful and will basically break down what we're doing in each area in this game. But here's a quick rundown pretty much. We must locate the Dark Temple within the Dark World of this area. To access the Dark Temple, we need to find multiple keys in order to gain access. This will allow us to enter the Dark Temple of whatever area we're in and gain the power of light to bring back to the Light World. On paper, it seems pretty simple, but in practice, there are a lot of things that will act as obstacles in our way of grabbing these keys and even accessing the Dark Temple. So by taking Isha's advice, we find the Dark Portal that she was talking about. We also find that the space pirates are also getting infected by the dark energy and it is corrupted, making them slightly more powerful and harder to kill. But, just like the normal space pirates, they're not that much difficult yet. But we'll get to them when we get to them. When we first entered Dark Aegon, we learned some things about this dark world that we didn't necessarily know before, but now we have cemented into our mind. The first of such is that the atmosphere in Dark Aether is toxic. If we step outside, we will constantly take damage. These light bubbles will keep us safe and will also regenerate our health as long as we stay in them. Some of them are only temporary. We have to shoot these light bubbles in order to keep them active, and they will go away after a certain amount of time. But some are always fixed with these light crystals, which can only be corrupted by your doing, surprisingly. None of the enemies can shoot off the dark crystals, except for one specific boss encounter, from my mind. And that's kind of good, because you need as much health as you can get in these areas, especially early on. It will drain your health so much in the early game that is insane. I know I mentioned at the beginning of this section that Prime 2 is quite a bit more difficult than Prime 1. The Dark World in the early game is a big proponent of that. As a kid, this is what made me hate the game the most. I really did not like the Dark World sections of the game, especially early on. But even as the game goes on, I always thought it was quite the hindrance. We're just moving through the same areas with a bleaker color scheme, and we take damage when we're there. Yes, there's unique enemies and such. And yes, there is also some light puzzle solving, where solving a puzzle in the Dark World will also change something in the Light World, but this is very few and far between. For the most part, you're just going through the same areas that you're going to in the Light World, just, like I said, with a different color scheme and with more hostile elements. I'm not going to be super nitpicky about this system, because I do think it does add some value that you're in a more hostile area than you were in before, but I do wish that there was able to change the level design slightly more than what actually happens in the game. Basically, what it amounts to is you're just going through the same rooms with slightly different ways of traversal. But not long when we're in Dark Aegon, we come to our first boss fight in the Dark World. This is the Jump Guardian. Most of the bosses in Dark Aether will have the name Guardian of such. For example, this is the Jump Guardian, so we're probably going to be getting the space jump boots from killing this enemy. So now we actually get to enforce some justice on these guys because these Ing are the same Ing that stole our power-ups from the beginning of the game. We're going to be facing a lot more of them like this, and they're not much better than this. Now, there are some harder boss fights than the Jump Guardian. Jump Guardian is mainly just an introductory boss fight for how the Dark World works and how these enemies behave. It's nothing too crazy. But there are some Guardian boss fights in this game that are either infuriating or there are some that are pretty great in my opinion because of the difficulty. And as we go along talking about the sections of this game, I will highlight those as positives or negatives if they are. And no, I'm going to say this right now before we even get to the Spider Guardian. The Spider Guardian is not a negative, and we'll get there when we get there. I just love to get ahead of myself. But the Jump Guardian is actually not bad. It's a great introductory boss to how this area works, and it also shows that even though we're in a similar area that we were in Light Aegon, we can make it so that there's a boss fight here too, and it's actually pretty engaging. That's one thing I will say about all the boss fights in Prime 2. You're never bored except for the introductory boss fights. Every boss fight will have you doing something uncomfortable or unorthodox in order to beat it. Not like Prime 1 where you just sit there and shoot. Now in the footage you might see them sit there and shooting, but you also have to keep track of him. You need to make sure that you jump whenever he lands to avoid damage, because he hurts a lot. You also need to make sure that you're inside of the light bubble in order to prevent taking damage from the atmosphere. So the Jump Guardian, good introductory boss fight for the Dark World in my opinion. But anyway, since we know that this guy's name is Jump Guardian, we can pretty safely assume that we're going to be getting the space jump boots from beating this guy. And we do. Just like in Prime 1, the space jump boots act as a double jump that will help us traverse higher areas and more of Aether. Now, just allow me to be a little bit nitpicky about how we traverse Aegon and Dark Aegon. To bring up Zelda again, I like to treat all three of the main areas in this game as a Zelda dungeon per se. Now, stay with me, I'll explain. Let's treat the 3 temple keys as the boss key for a Zelda dungeon. We have to get all 3 of these keys in order to get to the boss. So getting all 3 makes one big key essentially, in my analogy. I wouldn't be counting the tie jump boots as a dungeon item in this case because there are more items that we're going to be picking up in this so-called dungeon sequence as I'm going to explain it. But if we go to where the Colosseum was in the Light World, we can find that there is a Dark Temple key here now. Like I said before, this is one of the 3 pieces of the boss key that we will need to build in order to get to the dungeon boss. At this point, what we must do is we must backtrack back to Light Aegon and go to the same room where we fought the Jump Guardian. There will be something that we can use our newly acquired space jump to access. This will open up more of Aegon Wastes. Within this section of Aegon Waste, we find that where the space pirates have set up shop on this planet. This is very similar to the space pirate labs that we found in Phendrana Drifts within the first game. But back to the Zelda analogy real quick, let me explain one more thing because it just came to mind. The items that we will be picking up aren't necessarily dungeon items. They are the small keys to access the next part of the dungeon in this case. I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a dungeon item in this case, but mainly just tools that you go on with. Like I said, the small keys of a Zelda dungeon, as you will. After fighting the space pirates outside the facility and moving inside through this little morph ball maze, we see that there's a dark portal in the room. Space pirates are even entering this dark portal, so we know that we may have to fight them inside the Dark World as well now. As soon as we get out of the ball maze, a whole section is blocked off with the security door. We think to ourselves that we're going to need to go through the dark portal. However, when we go up to it, we notice that we can't walk into it like we could before. It's not activated in a sense. So we explore the surrounding area to find something that could possibly activate it. We find a door shield with a different color that we haven't seen before, and it's not similar to the missile or the super missile or even the power bomb locks. This is something similar to the prime doors with the different beam types. So this clues us in that we're going to be getting a new beam here pretty soon. Perhaps a beam that can shoot dark energy or some sort of dark beam or something. I mean, after all, the space pirates were able to enter the portal, so what is keeping us from there? So let's go find this other small key to enter the next part of this dungeon. While traversing this area, we run into Dark Samus again, behind a blast shield. We cannot open this blast shield. We notice that there's a white crystal in this black shield, and it says if we scan it that there's some power source that will allow us to open it. So let's explore further. Going through the security door and proceeding through a little laser maze, we find in the next room that they brought Talon Metroids here. They're all red because of blast wounds from the space pirate weaponry, so they're still focusing on working with them with Phazon. As you can see on the cages that they're in, we can see Phazon residue on the sides of them. Looking at them too, we probably wouldn't put it past them that they would try to experiment with them with that dark forces of the dark aether here as well, since they're also interested in that power. But I don't think I'm spoiling anything here when I say that Metroids aren't really a thing in this game. You find them maybe 5 or 6 times throughout the entire game, and they're nowhere near as prevalent as they were in even the first game. And that sentiment could also kind of be applied for Prime 3 as well. Continuing on into this room, we find a big tube of Phazon, and something siphoning it on the other side. We now face on with Dark Samus for the first time in the game. And I gotta say, I really like these fights. They're fun, fast-paced fights that use every single part of your arsenal. Sure, we don't have much now, but we know for a fact that we're not going to kill Dark Samus right now, and we're going to be fighting her again later on. I think the later fights with her are even better than this one, but this is a great first impression with what the boss fights with her will be like in this game, and hell, even in the rest of the series. We don't have any Phazon suit to help dampen the damage that she'll do to us with her Phazon, though. I haven't mentioned it yet, but the music in this game is fantastic. I don't think the soundtrack overall is as good as the first game's soundtrack, but it is damn good stuff on its own right. I mean, hell, this Dark Samus boss fight theme that you hear in the background right now is fucking amazing. I love it. It helps set the tone perfectly for Dark Samus as a character, and it keeps you entertained while you're fighting her as a boss as well. But just like Prime 1, let's use this time to talk about some of the soundtrack. I feel that Prime 2's soundtrack focuses more on atmosphere and setting a tone more so than Prime 1 did. Yes, Prime 1 did set a tone with a majority of its music too, but I feel like it's more of a precedent here. In some cases, it's to its detriment. For example, the Aegon Waste, you're not really going to remember that tune that much, as compared to like the Magmor Caverns, Chozo Ruins, or even Phendrana Drifts from the first game, or even some other areas from this game. I mean, take a listen. Like I said, you're not really going to be humming that tune over and over again. It's mainly to set the atmosphere of Aegon Waste being a desolate place that's been abandoned for years. It does its job for the area it's in. But later areas in the game make me think that this probably wasn't supposed to be the original soundtrack for this area, because later areas are much more expressive with its music type. and as such, in my opinion, are more memorable than stuff like the Aegon Waste or the more atmospheric tones of this game. Like, for example, let's take a look at the next area, the Torvus Bog. Torvus Bog's music of techno and traditional instruments makes it sound much more engaging to me. The Sanctuary Fortress, the third and final area we'll visit too, also introduces more techno into the mix based on the area. And much like Aegon Waste and Torvus Bog, it is setting the tone, but I will remember the Sanctuary Fortress music much more than the Aegon Waste music forever. With this music segment, I just kind of wanted to focus on the main three areas real quick because the only one that I'm not the biggest fan of is the Aegon Waste. The Temple Grounds is pretty good. I love Torvus Bog's theme, and I really like the Sanctuary Fortress theme as well. Now, in the Sanctuary Fortress and Torvus Bog, there are sub areas with different music tracks as opposed to the Aegon Waste. I'll get to those more when we get to those points because I want to highlight especially Torvus Bog's subsection, and we'll also talk about some of the bosses because I think the bosses have the best music in the game. Similar to what I said with Dark Samus earlier. But speaking of Dark Samus, let's get back on track and talk about what we were doing with Dark Samus. So we beat Dark Samus and she overloads with the surrounding Phazon. We go up to the second floor of this area and we find a reward, the Dark Beam. This is the thing I alluded to earlier that will allow us to open the Dark Portal back in the main room of the facility. The Dark Beam is also the equivalent of the first game's Wave Beam, because if you use a charge shot on an enemy, it will freeze them in place with dark energy, allowing them to be taken care of quickly with a missile. Now let me just say this quickly. This ability with the Dark Beam where you can freeze enemies and kill them with a missile is essential for a certain enemy type that will be coming up in the Torvus Bog. I alluded to them in the Prime 1 part of the video, but we're going to get to them when we get to Torvus Bog, which should be fairly soon. So let's head back to the main room of the facility and open the Dark Portal. Now that we're back in the Dark World, we notice that we're in a completely different area than we were before. This is the second half of Dark Aegon Waste. There's one thing that I like about Dark Aegon Waste compared to the other two areas that we'll talk about later, and that is that you are able to connect both halves of Dark Aegon Waste. You see, we're here basically to get another upgrade and get the remaining keys so that way we can go fight the boss in the Dark Temple of Dark Aegon. However, later on, we'll have to come back into this area to find more temple keys and something similar to the Chozo artifacts from the first game. These things are even worse than the Chozo artifacts, and I'll make my grievances clear with that once we get there. But let me tell you, when you're backtracking through these areas and trying to find these keys, this little shortcut that helps bridge the first half of Dark Aegon to the second half, which we are currently in, is a godsend. Because that way you can just come here and get both keys that you need to get from this area all at once. You won't have to be hopping in and out of different dark portals to get to different areas in the light world to come back in and then get the key. You can just come in one area, proceed all the way through to the end of the area, and get every single item that you possibly need in this area. But proceeding through this area of Dark Aegon, we notice that there's another shielded door that we're not recognized. This one's white. Maybe like a light beam of sorts. One other thing note to mention about the beams in this game. They use actual ammunition. This is something, frankly, that I am not a fan of at all. I do not think that beams should need to have ammo in a Metroid game. It's just another resource that we need to worry about in this game, and especially because this game released on the GameCube, I feel like it was even more of a pain in the ass than it is currently with the Wii version and even the Prime hack, because of how some of the enemies are designed in this game. that it would have been even more a pain in the ass than the original GameCube version. That being said, it's still a pain in the ass and I hate it. It's one of the detriments of this game that I was talking about earlier, but I didn't actually mention what it was. While yes, some of the other beams in Prime 1 besides the power beam were pretty situational at best, these beams are your best damage output in the game by far. They're better than super missiles, especially the light beam that we're about to get, but the only problem stems with this because the beams have fucking ammo this game. While yes, I can see because the other beams are so powerful in this game that they use the ammo system to try to balance it. Fair enough, I guess. But if you're going to increase the difficulty just by how the enemies move and not update the controls, especially for the original version, like I mentioned before, that balance is thrown out the window at that point. You're underbalanced for the threats that you're going to have to face in this game, in my opinion. And while yes, if you have ammo, then it doesn't matter, because you can use all the weapons, right? But that's not the problem. The problem is procuring more ammo, and you should definitely make it your priority to find the ammo expansions for these things as soon as possible. Much like in the first game, every beam has a beam combo. But unlike in Prime 1, where I would occasionally use the Wave Buster or the Ice Spreader on specific bosses because of their damage output, I don't use any of these. They are pretty much useless. The Dark Beam one shoots a black hole that will suck up enemies. Yeah, sounds good on paper if you're in a room with a lot of enemies, but more often than not, you won't be, so it's pretty much useless. The one for the light beam, the Sunburst, is actually probably my favorite in the game. You shoot it and then it will create a big burst of sunlight and create a enhanced light orb, which will help you in the Dark World, especially if you choose to skip the Dark Suit after fighting the first boss that gives us it. And then, of course, there's one final beam that I haven't talked about, but let's wait until we get to that point in my discussion, and I'll explain why I don't like that beam very much, and I rarely use it in general. Not just the beam combo, but the beam itself. So, we finally acquire the light beam, and then we can explore the last area that we need to get the final temple key in order to fight the boss in this area. We find the key, and then a bunch of inks seal the room off, so now we can try out our new light beam. It eviscerates them. The light beam eviscerates any dark enemy in this game, and even non-dark enemies too. So we get the final Dark Temple key. Now it's time to exit the Dark World and backtrack all the way back to the Dark Temple of Aegon Waste. This means opening up the light portal in the Dark World equivalent of where we fought Dark Samus, proceeding out of the Space Pirate facility so we can get back to the main area of Aegon Wastes, going back to the original Dark Portal we opened to get to Dark Aegon, and then finally proceed to the Dark Aegon Temple and fight the fucking boss. I know people have a lot of problems with backtracking in Prime 1, but I never hear the same discourse for this game for some reason. Yes, I'm gonna bitch about backtracking in this game because I feel like the flow of this game is so much worse than Prime 1's entirely. Because not only are you proceeding through the same area multiple times in this game, you're also proceeding the Dark World version of those same areas as well. It gets extremely repetitive, especially seeing the same areas like I said earlier when I was criticizing what the Dark World looks like. I get it. Thematically and narratively, it makes sense that these are just copies of each other's worlds. But gameplay-wise, it just feels like padding for the sake of padding. But anyway, we finally reach the entrance to the Dark Temple and open the gate with the 3 keys. This leads us to our first major boss in the Dark World. A Morbus is a giant collection of multiple worms that are infected by the dark energy. They receive their energy from the core in the center of the arena. What we have to do is we have to get them to damage their own core. This boss is very similar to Flagra in Metroid Prime 1. However, I think this boss is executed more effectively than Flagra is. With Flagra, all you had to do was flip up all 4 of the solar panels and then go bomb in the bomb slot that would open up. Here, it's a little bit more involved. We have to destroy the dark armor that is shielding a Morbus. Once the shielding is gone, we can then be sucked into its mouth and drop a bomb in his mouth, as we can see here. This will make him damage the core on the inside. Now I know what you're thinking already. Well, that's not really too much different than Flago, right? Well, they end up adding multiple worms in the different phases of the fight. So after we destroy the first worm, 2 more worms will take its place, and then we have to do the same exact thing to both worms in order to get the damage on the core. It's important to be quick on destroying the dark shielding around the worms, because if you don't while they're connected to the core, they can destroy your light crystals that give you your safe havens. And even further, if you wait even longer, they can potentially destroy all the safe havens in the arena besides the temporary ones, leaving you pretty much stranded in a lot of cases. This is where we see a lot of the use of the light beam, as one single charge shot can help destroy the armor around each worm. It's very effective, but again, the ammo situation is nonetheless bothersome. I like this boss. It's challenging in all the right ways, and it shows how ruthless the Dark World enemies actually are. And it even shows that they're going to get even harder to begin with. But after a long fight, we finally destroy Morbus, and we get our first suit upgrade of the game. We get the Dark Suit, which unfortunately doesn't make us immune to the effects of the Dark World, but does lessen the amount of damage that we take by a whole lot. Let me tell you, the effects of this suit are pretty much damn essential for the rest of the game, because there are a lot of areas where the Dark World is even more hostile, doesn't do much more damage, but there are a lot of areas where there are no light bubbles to help protect us from the effects of the dark atmosphere. This suit has one major flaw, though, and it's the look of it. I know the look is subjective of everything, but I think this is the worst suit design in the entire series. I hate the way that this suit looks. It just, I don't know. Maybe it's just the Luminoth architecture-like design for this suit, but I'm just not a big fan of it at all. And honestly, the worst part about me not liking this suit is, you use this suit for probably 70% of the entire game. We don't get the final suit design until endgame. Yes, there are only 3 suits in this game as opposed to Prime 1's 4. Now, that's not a problem necessarily. The older games only had 3 suits, but at least with Prime 1, there was a lot more visual discrepancy between the suits. Like, the power suit looked different than the Various suit, the gravity suit looked even more different than the Various suit did, and then we had the all-black Phazon suit, which looked extremely badass. I do like the final suit design in this game quite a bit more than the Dark suit, though, but that is a long ways away. For now, let's get the Dark energy and go back to the Light World and restore the Light Temple's energy on Aether. Now all we have to do is head back to the temple grounds and talk to Umos again. This ends the Aegon Waste dungeon, as I kind of alluded to in my Zelda analogy earlier. Umos will then give us another ability similar to how we got into the Aegon Waste, where we can scan green security doors in order to get to the Torvus Bog. And let me tell you, things get a little bit more involved here. I already talked about how great the normal theme for this area is, so I'm not going to talk about it much more, but now, in sense of this area being more involved than Aegon Waste, there is now a water element to this. So, we're going to be slowed down by water until we can find some sort of item that will let us traverse water similarly to how we did with the gravity suit beforehand. On our way to the temple grounds, we come across some more hostile wildlife. This is actually one of the enemies that we saw earlier in the game that were attacking the Galactic Federation troopers in the opening area. So after fighting these enemies, we do a little Dark World puzzle by going into the Dark World, using a bomb slot in order to change the direction of this bridge so that way we can continue towards the temple grounds. But before that, we come to the worst enemy type in the entire game. These are the Dark Commandos. This is this game's equivalent to the Chozo Ghosts. However, unlike the Chozo Ghosts, they are a pain in the fucking ass. Every single room that you encounter these guys, you need to kill them. Or you need to wait long enough for the doors to unlock. You can't just walk through certain areas like you could in Prime 1 with the Chozo Ghosts. You have to kill them, or you have to wait a specific amount of time for them to go away and fuck off. These enemies are my least favorite enemies in the entire fucking franchise. They are easy to kill when you can get your shots off, but they teleport way more than the Chozo Ghosts ever did, and the way that they go is not telegraphed as easily as the Chozo Ghosts. In fact, when you shoot them a singular time, they will just disappear again, and then you can't shoot them. We will be getting an equivalent to the X-ray visor later in this area, but the amount of times that we have to deal with these people before we even get that is such a pain in the ass that I never want to fight them again, and going to Torvus Bog is always an entire slog because of these enemies. But after a couple of more rooms, we finally come to the main elevator to get to the temple grounds. We fight a couple more space pirates, and then finally get access to the super missiles. In short, I don't really use the super missiles as much in this game, because you have things like the light beam, or even another beam coming up, that do so much more damage and are more reliable to hit. I think it's just because a lot of the enemies in this game move around a lot faster, so that you can't really shoot like a slower moving projectile at them as such. They don't really stand around as much as they did in Prime 1, so they're not as useful, and in my opinion, they're not worth the damage output that you can get with like the light beam, or even sometimes the dark beam even. But that being said, the super missiles can allow us to destroy any green blast shield that we see around Aether, or Dark Aether for that matter, and this will help us explore more. This is much like Super Metroid, where the green doors can only be opened by the super missiles. I know I mentioned that earlier, but it's been a long time since I mentioned it, so I'm bringing it up again. Arriving at the temple, we hear the last message of this temple sentinel, Avok, where we learn that the darkness has corrupted a subterranean section of Torvus Bog, and that these waters are more likely poisonous. In order to access this subterranean section of Torvus Bog, we're going to need a couple small keys to get to that part of the dungeon now, aren't we? Our first stop will take us to Dark Torvus Bog, where we will fight probably the hardest boss in the entire game at this point. This is the Boost Guardian. People know about the Boost Guardian. You are in an extremely tight arena. This boss looks similar to the Jump Guardian, but oh boy, it is nowhere near as easy as the Jump Guardian. Within this arena, there is no light bubble that can shield you, so there's kind of a ticking clock element to this fight. Now, what makes this so hard? Well, first of all, like I mentioned before, that this arena is super tiny and the boss is pretty massive, but then the boss will start boosting around the arena, similar to what you can do in your boost ball. Just like we can see here, he flies all across the arena. It is very hard to predict where he's going to go, and if you see here, if he bounces off you, it does a ton of damage. The next part that makes this fight so difficult is the health. Normally around the arena of most bosses, there are ways that you can get health pretty easily. In this case, the only ways to get health are to kill the random enemies that spawn that will only drop 20 health pickups, the red pickups, or if the Boost Guardian just goes in and blows up one of the 4 pillars in the room, that will give you a full energy tank's worth of health. This is all you get. And the only way to get him out of his boost form so that you can keep damaging him is to go into Morph Ball yourself and to bomb him. That is the only way you can possibly beat this part of the fight. I know a lot of people say that this fight is probably the hardest in the game, and it's up there. I don't think it is the hardest, but it is definitely up there. In this footage alone, I probably almost died like 3 or 4 times to this guy. That's how crazy that this fight can be. But much like most boss fights, after some time, patience, and a little bit of luck in this guy's case, we finally defeat the Boost Guardian. Killing the Boost Guardian gets us the Boost Ball. Nice handy tool that they brought back from Prime 1. It's probably one of my favorite upgrades that they had in that game. Nice for traversal when you want to go fast, and it's a nice puzzle solver as well. Now you may be thinking with this, we can go down to the subterranean section of Torvus Bog, clear everything out, and then start looking for the temple keys, right? Well, not necessarily. There's one more thing that we need in order to explore that area to its fullest. And unfortunately, this is where I have to bring up the hint system in the game. In Prime 1, I mentioned the hint system. It was a nice tool where it would tell you where to go if you were getting lost. I don't know if it was nerfed in this game, or it just doesn't work as much, but I swear, I had the hint system turned on for this game because I'm not as familiar with it as Prime 1, and the hints would never pop up. I thought that I was supposed to go to the subterranean Torvus Bog, but I guess not. There was one other thing that I needed to get. And this is where we take us back to the temple grounds. See, in this area, there's a half pipe that we can use the boost ball for in order to take this nice little morph ball path that will take us to what's called the Sky Temple. Inside this area, we find a boost ball puzzle that we have to complete, and then we will get access to a new missile upgrade, the Seeker Missile. Seeker Missiles allow us to charge up the missiles all at once and fire multiple at a single target or at multiple targets at once. It sounds interesting in combat, but you rarely use it, aside from 1 or 2 boss fights. It does allow us to open purple blast-shielded doors. All we have to do is lock on to all of the dots surrounding the door, and this will blow open the blast shield. That is what we need in order to get to the subterranean Torvus Bog. And now I want to talk about this part. This is the second area of the Torvus Bog. I kind of alluded to this earlier, but it is extremely memorable in my opinion, because of the music that plays here. This is a remix of the Red Brinstar theme from Super Metroid, but whenever I hear this song, I always think of this version. To me, this is the definitive version, and it is extremely memorable. It serves this area so much better than a one-off area in Super Metroid that lasted 4 screens. Here, it is this whole entire area, and it really immerses you into this flooded section of the Torvus Bog, to where the darkness is slowly creeping in. Now, unfortunately, we don't have our equivalent of the gravity suit just yet, so walking through this flooded section can be kind of slow. But we're not too far away from it. We see Dark Samus again, but we don't have an encounter with her, really. She mainly just seeps darkness energy into the waters here in the subterranean Torvus Bog, and then she fucks off. We won't be seeing her again for a little bit. Traversing through this area, we find these enemies called blogs that we can't really fight effectively right now since we can't really dodge out of the way since we're slowed by the water. Going even deeper into this area, we find our gravity suit equivalent, the gravity boost. This also clears up our vision just like the gravity suit did and allows us to walk freely underwater without any hindrances. It does another thing too, where it basically gives us a little bit of a jetpack underwater. If we hold the jump button on our second jump, we can use it to boost up even higher than we could before. It's a nice little thing. Unfortunately, it doesn't get used as much as I feel like it should. After getting this, we come to our next boss fight, the Alpha Blog. This is a bigger version of the blogs that we saw earlier in this area, but now we can effectively take it on since we can dodge underwater easier. There's nothing too much to say really about this boss fight, except that sometimes I swear I should be hitting him and it just doesn't register. I'm not entirely sure why this is the case, but I feel like there's a lot of times where he should be taking damage from a super missile or a charge shot, but he just takes 0 damage from anything. Exploring the Dark World variant of this area, we find the Grapple Guardian. This will give us access to the Grapple Beam once again. Again, this boss isn't anything too crazy. You kind of bait him to shoot his grapple beam and then get it onto one of the 2 pillars in the room. From once he's grappled onto it, then you can dodge around to his backside and then damage the Grapple Guardian. Kind of like the Alpha blog, there are times where I feel like I should be hitting this guy and no damage is registered. Again, not entirely sure why this is the case. But nothing too crazy happens in Torvus Bog compared to the Boost Guardian or even that of Aegon. We don't run into Dark Samus as a boss fight anymore, and we don't even find any more Space Pirates besides the Dark Commandos that we found earlier, or even the Space Pirates that we fought to get the Super Missiles. It's pretty run-of-the-mill area and pretty short, but it's memorable because of the subterranean section and the music and all that stuff. The rest of the time here is mainly just finding the 3 temple keys to get to the next boss fight in the Torvus Bog, which, let's get into that. The main boss for this area is split into 2 different forms. First, we fight the Chica larva. It swims around in the poisonous water below, occasionally popping up to where we can deal damage. At some points, we can even deal damage while it's swimming around, but it is very rare. The GameCube controls would kind of hinder the gameplay section during the boss fight. It's not necessarily because those controls are bad, like I said before, but mainly it's because of how fast the boss moves and the precise shots that you need to get off in order to damage the boss in certain places. The first phase of this fight against the larva isn't too difficult. Just shoot it when he pops out and then you can take care of him pretty easily. He does sometimes take a little bit to pop up. If you don't have a lot of light beam ammo, then it can be a little bit difficult. Or if you don't damage him enough while he's pulling you in with his tongue, you'll take quite a bit of damage. But overall, it's not too bad. The second form of the fight, the Chica Adult, splits into 3 different platforms, each with their own little safe bubble, but we need to use the grapple beam in order to get from platform to platform. For this fight, the main thing we need to do is break its armor much like a Morbus. Once its armor is broken, we need to get behind it and use our Seeker missiles to shoot all 4 of its wings. It will then fall into the poisonous water below. Once it emerges from the water, it will turn into a dark Chica for a short period of time. This is where we can get the real damage in. By shooting the bottom of it where its stinger looks like it would be, we can deal tons of damage. Now, this only is there for a limited amount of time, but this is the best way to deal damage to the Chica Adult. Again, because it moves around quite a bit, the super missiles aren't super viable like they used to be in Prime 1. A fully charged light beam shot does a lot of the damage here. I mentioned before that a lot of boss fights will have one-time scan enemies or different variants of them that you have to scan. This Dark Chica Adult is one of them. Also, the small Chica lanes are also one of them. If you miss these scans, you will not be able to get 100% completion. Again, I already talked about this earlier, but it is quite annoying, especially when the next boss in the next temple we go to has even more scans than this one. Defeating the Chica Adult gets us the Dark Visor. This is pretty much a combination of the X-ray and thermal visors from Prime 1. We use it in this room specifically to see the invisible platforms to get out of the room. This is also what we can use on those Dark Commandos because they're such a pain in the ass that when they teleport, we can see them when they teleport forever, much like the X-ray visor and the Chozo Ghosts. The visor upgrades in this game are much more situational than the first game, in my opinion. The thermal visor and the X-ray visor are much more useful tools, and you will use them more often than not for this. For example, in these cases with the dark visor, you're not going to be looking through hidden walls to see where a door would be, compared to what you would be doing with the X-ray visor in Prime 1. And on top of that, there isn't really any dark areas that you would need the dark visor in order to see clearly, really. It mainly just shows out things for minor puzzle solving elements, and that's about it. It's not super well-rounded, and you're only going to use it a couple times in combat. But at this point, we know the drill. We return the energy we stole from Dark Aether and return it to the Light Temple in Torvus Bog. This is 2 of the 3 light temples that we need to power up, so the corruption of the planet is slowly subsiding. For the most part, the story is pretty straightforward. You just go to area, steal the dark energy from the dark temple, reconnect the light temple with the great temple, and then go from there. Once you get all 3 areas, then it's time to go to the main dark temple, the sky temple. There is plenty of time in between these areas to go search for items that you've missed, much like in Prime 1, and I do appreciate that these are big open times that we can do this, unlike Prime 1, where a lot of times in Prime 1 we had to do it while we were doing a lot of the narrative, or had to completely backtrack to areas that we had previously been. But now we can kind of do a whole area all at once, with the exception of a few doors. So with that, let's skip ahead to the Sanctuary Fortress, our third and final area that we need to restore the light to on this planet. As we enter the Sanctuary Fortress, we can immediately see that this looks completely different than the rest of the planet visually. It's kind of took me off guard the first time I ever saw it. We've been going through swamps and deserts, but now we're in a technologically advanced fortress, and it looks completely different to the rest of the game. And I'm totally here for it. This area looks absolutely amazing, and I love the aesthetic and even the music of this area. The techno vibe that the music provides is great for setting the tone of this being a super technologically advanced area of the planet. Proceeding to this room, we can find one of the good puzzle-solving aspects of the Dark Visor. We can use it to find things we need to shoot with our Sequel missile to move on. That's about what the puzzle-solving amounts to. Then we come to find these enemies called Resbits, which, especially in 2025, look kind of familiar. I wonder what other game used a similar enemy type. Like, I know this year I've seen this type of enemy somewhere before, but I just can't think what game used it. Another first-person shooter that isn't particularly doing well right now, but... Wonder what it is. Let's move on. This area will really give you a test of your combat abilities, more so than any other area in the game. We find these things called Quad MBs. Basically, what we need to do is we need to go into the Morph Ball, stop it while it's doing its spinning attack, as we see here, by using the Boost Ball, and then we can boost under it. This will make its head detach from its body, and therefore we can destroy the head and then destroy the enemy. It's pretty interesting enemy design, and it makes you use more of your arsenal than Prime 1 ever did. Enemies in this area also have different types of shields. We see here that it's a white shield around the enemy, which means we can't use the light beam or any light attacks against it. We have to use the dark beam in order to use it. Most other enemies in this area will use a similar mechanic. It's pretty interesting, like I said. The Sanctuary Fortress is a little bit more confusing than both Aegon Waste and the Torvus Bog combined. A lot of it has to do with a lot of the puzzle-solving elements that Metroid is known for, and this is probably why it's one of my favorite areas. To my knowledge, besides the Aegon Waste, this is the only other area that you need to go into the Dark World for actual progression. And what I mean by that is that we actually have to do a Link to the Past, Death Mountain type of traversal, pretty much. We have to go in and out of the Dark World to get to different rooms, but we don't really need to do that in Aegon or Torvus, really. I'm not counting the part in Aegon where we need to go fight the Jump Guardian to go get the space jump boots, or the different dark puzzles that we have to do in Torvus in order to continue on. I'm counting, like, if we want to go to the next room from this point, we have to go to the Dark World, go up the elevator shaft, and then proceed through the Light World. It makes this area more involved than either area combined, really, and it is definitely the most challenging area in the game besides the endgame content, I believe. Whenever I think back to the difficulty of this game, this area is the main reason I think about it, because it really is that much more difficult than any other area in the game. And honestly, it's not a bad type of difficult. It's not a bunch of bullshit enemies that spawn around you that make it extremely unfair. It's pretty difficult in a way that you would be used to in the progression of these sorts of games. It's building with you, not just throwing you to the wolves and expecting you to get through. Like, look at this puzzle they make you do. This game is not afraid of making you feel uncomfortable or making you do something out of the ordinary for your playstyle. This is the Metroid Prime experts' Metroid Prime game, I guess you could say. But it's not entirely a bad thing. I do like how this game is a little bit more difficult in terms of progression and challenge. It makes you do things out of your comfort zone a little bit, much like how a lot of the 2D games do with your upgrades. I do appreciate that aspect of this game quite a bit. I know I've been pretty negative with a lot of things up to this point, but don't get it twisted. That is one thing I do adore about this game, is the sense of progression and the challenge of that progression. Speaking of challenge, not long after getting to the light temple of this area, we come to this asshole. Don't forget to scan him, because if you miss scanning him, you won't be able to scan him during the boss fight. Can I say scan him any more times in a single sentence? A lot of people would disagree with me and say that the Spider Guardian is the hardest boss in the entire game. I don't really think so. Yeah, he's hard, yeah, and it's a super unique boss, especially for this series, too. But, come on, guys. He's not that bad. As a kid, I totally would have agreed with you. But this guy sucked as a kid. But now knowing what we need to do exactly, he's really not that bad. He is difficult, yes, like I said, but basically here's the gist. This fight is entirely based in the Morph Ball. We need to stun the boss twice with our bombs in order to open a bomb slot. Opening the bomb slot will change the direction that the Spider Guardian can take on the Spider Ball track on the wall. This will lead him into a bunch of different bombs that will damage him. This is the only way to damage him. And as you can see, there are many different ways that we have to traverse these areas in order to get by and damage him. In this area, we need to use the boost ball to climb up the half pipe in order to stun the boss. And then we need to use the boost ball again to get to the other side of the half pipe in order to get to the bomb slot once the platform opens up. Again, much like a lot of the other enemies in this area, it forces us to use all the tools in our combat arsenal as possible. Even tools that we didn't even think could be used as a combat arsenal, like the boost ball against the MBs, and now we have to use it in a boss fight. I do kind of understand where this guy gets his reputation, though. A lot of the Spider Ball tracks in these little arenas are pretty hard to navigate around. And they're so deviously placed that sometimes you can't avoid to not get hit, pretty much. And just like the Boost Guardian, if you get hit, it deals a ton of damage. I always disliked this last room as a kid. There's 3 different bombs in this single room, but in order to get him hit by all of the 3 bombs, we have to bomb him up tier by tier. So what does this mean? Well, we stun him. Then we go to the first bomb slot on the 2nd floor. We bomb that and it changes the track, and he will be on that floor with us now. He will still be stunned at this point. We then have to go to the 2nd bomb slot where I'm going right now, and then it will get the 2nd bomb slot. And then finally we go to the 3rd one, and then that will get him to the 3rd and final bomb, which will end up killing him. The reason I hated this room as a kid is because it is on a time limit. If you take too long to get to the next bomb slot, he will not be stunned, and you have to start from the very beginning of this section. But once you get in and take him down, we finally get the Spider Ball very late into this game. And we're going to use this quite a bit coming up, especially because after we get the Spider Ball, we see that there's a yellow door on the other side. We don't have any means to open this door currently, and it is exactly where we need to go to continue on to the Sanctuary Fortress to be able to get all 3 of the temple keys. So where do we get this means to open this yellow door? Well, we need to go back to the submerged area of Torva's Bog. Specifically, we need to go to the Dark World version of where we fought the Alpha Blob. This is where we find our next boss fight. A lot of these boss fights are kind of packed in together during this section of the game, so that's why I'm talking about them very quickly. This is the Power Bomb Guardian. This guy is not too bad at all. It's mainly just a puzzle encounter where we need to dodge the power bombs he shoots at us while we're riding the Spider Ball tracks to shoot all 4 bomb holes in the area. It's not super crazy. It's more like a puzzle encounter than anything. It's not super crazy as a boss fight, but this is mainly just a big detour to get the power bombs. And now I get to talk about one thing about the world design in this game. After we kill the Power Bomb Guardian, we need to make our way back to the Sanctuary Fortress. I know what you're thinking. We gotta backtrack the way we came. Actually, no. We don't have to go that way. See, one of the things I like about the world design in this game, better than Prime 1, is that we don't have to backtrack through specific areas all the time. You can go back through the temple grounds to get to the Sanctuary Fortress if you want to, but you don't have to. For example, let's talk about how many elevators are in each area, frankly. Similar to what King K did in his Metroid Prime retrospective, I've made a little diagram. Here we can see the temple grounds is in the center of the world, surrounded by Torvis, Aegon, and the Sanctuary Fortress. Color-coded all three of these areas to make sure that you know which area is which. As we can see, the temple ground splits off into the three major areas. However, there are link points between the three major areas to other areas. As we can see, Torvis Bog links up to the Sanctuary Fortress and Aegon Waste. In fact, in the footage behind this, we can see we took an elevator from Torvis Bog to the Sanctuary Fortress, back where we needed to go to continue the story. This is something I do like quite a bit about the world design of Prime 2 compared to Prime 1. As Prime 1, before, I mentioned the backtracking issues that it had, and it didn't really bother me that much. But this game makes it even better. I know I did bitch a little bit about the backtracking in this game earlier in the video, but I was mainly trying to express why I don't think Aegon Waste is as good of a starting area as the Chozo Ruins was from the first game. The only reason I also mentioned that backtracking bit is because at that point there's no elevator to mitigate the travel. You have to go from one part of the area to the other end of the area. There's no backtracking shortcut per se like there is here. Here, we don't even need to go back to the temple grounds in order to get back to the Sanctuary Fortress. We can go straight from Torvis Bog. And this opens up a lot of other areas, like I said, that will make our lives a lot easier, especially in the end game. But at this point, we're back in the Sanctuary Fortress to continue exploring the area. What we need to do is we need to go to a specific tower on the other end of the facility, back near where we saw the power bomb door after destroying the Spider Guardian. So, let's head back there. In this area, we found a dark portal. Entering the dark portal will take us to a room that doesn't look like it has much in it. But there's a lot of spider ball tracks here. What the hell is this? This is another room where we can learn that we can boost ball using spider ball to launch ourselves to other platforms. This is another cool thing that this game does in puzzle solving, and I'm really happy that they bring this system back for Prime 3. You might think that there's nothing here, but if you look very closely, you see I get booped by something. What the hell is that? There's something here. So this makes you want to use your dark visors, it's the equivalent to the X-ray visor, to see what's going on. So let's do that. What the fuck is that thing? We shoot it, it corrupts our dark visor, and then we can actually see it in the real world. It's a ing cache? What the fuck is this thing? Well, it's an ing, so let's kill it, I guess. This is where my horror as a kid became reality. What the fuck kind of key is this? It's a Sky Temple key. Well, they don't look like the same amount of keys that we've been looking for earlier to get to the normal temples, so what the hell is this key for? Well, this is the equivalent of the Chozo artifact hunt from Prime 1. I will explain this more when we get to the part of the story, but oh boy, they somehow made the artifact hunting worse, just as a heads up. Going the actual way we're supposed to go, we find Dark Samus again. This fight's a little bit more involved than the first. She has some new tricks up her sleeves. She has this ball attack that we see here where she'll boost around similar to the Boost Guardian, and it hurts a lot, much like the Boost Guardian. She also has phase-on super missiles. She has a lot more moves up her sleeves, and it is such better fight than the first one. I already talked about how good the first fight was, but this second fight is just amazing. I really like how for this series of games, they made your nemesis literally a dark version of yourself. They have all of the tools that you have at your disposal, plus more, because they can absorb phase-on, and we can't. I really like that, and it's a lot of fun for an antagonist. Besides those attacks that I mentioned before, she can also go invisible, and we have to use the Dark Visor in order to see where she's going. This super missile attack also really hurts, but, I mean, you just use the light beam. You pretty much beat the boss as soon as you enter the room. After defeating Dark Samus, we get nothing. but we're trapped here, so there's a little bit of a puzzle to get out of here and to get our next upgrade. It involves going back and forth into dark portals and light portals, and it's not super interesting, but you get the idea. Completing this puzzle gets us our second visor upgrade, the Echo's Visor. And you remember how I said that the Dark Visor is situational at best? This one's even worse. In fact, I hate this visor. I hate it so much. We needed to get out of this room, yes, because something is keeping the elevator stuck, and we need to destroy these little drones in order to unlock the elevator so we can go back down it. This is basically what all of the puzzles with the Echo Visor use. On top of that, when you use it, it is pitch black and you can barely see anything around you. I get it. Thematically, you're using the echoes and sound waves to see where you are. But in gameplay, especially later on when we have to use it in combat, when things are constantly shooting at us, it is not fun. And I hate it. I mean, look at this. Just look at it. Does this look like it's fun? Does it look like a fun tool to use? And on top of that, we can't even use everything with it because there's one other thing that we need in order to solve all the puzzles surrounding the Echo Visor. So yeah, it's pretty useless. We only use it like 3 other times in the game for like 2 other types of puzzles and 2 more times in combat. That's about it. It's extremely useless. And I feel like they should have brought another visor like the thermal visor back. I get that they were trying to do something different, but God, this is just trying to be different for no reason. And the nitpicks, unfortunately, don't stop there for the rest of this area. There's one more upgrade we need to get in order to get all the temple keys to restore the light in the Sanctuary Fortress. An item that, at first glance, you'd be surprised that they even try to add something like this into 3D. We're gonna go get the Screw Attack. The Screw Attack is in this big, giant room called the Vault. In order to get it, we have to do a series of puzzles from going in and out of portals, changing stuff with the boost ball, yada yada yada. It's nothing too crazy. But finally, we end up getting the Screw Attack. I do think that the way that they implemented the Screw Attack is pretty creative. It's not just a jump and then you damage enemies type thing. You jump and it gives you the space jump as well, so that way we can continuously chain jumps across large bottomless pits or large gaps. Just like the one that's here, because the bridge that we used to get to this area is gone. So we can use the space jump plus Screw Attack in order to get across this area to get back to the door that we originally came in. It also gives us a wall jump feature. There's specific panes on the wall where we continuously chain Screw Attack jumps to climb the wall, just like in the 2D games. I don't fathom how they could have made this work more effectively in a game like this. I know that some people are a little bit disappointed about the functionality of it, but I mean, if you do use the Screw Attack in specific areas that are open enough and there are flying enemies, you can kill those enemies in one hit. It is pretty awesome to do. I think they did the best they could with adding the Screw Attack into 3D, because, I mean, you can't really transfer this effectively into 3D without it either being a buggy mess or having specific level design for that type of movement. I know after the Dark Samus fight, I bitched a lot about what we have to do in this area to get the rest of the keys, but it's worth it. It really is. This boss fight that comes up next after entering the temple in the dark world of the Sanctuary Fortress, it's not only the best boss in the game, it's the best boss in the whole fucking franchise. This is Quadraxis. He's a giant mech sent in by the Luminov to destroy the Ing in Dark Sanctuary Fortress. This fight is amazing. It is a multi-stage beast that reminds me of a lot of Destiny raid encounters. The music is fucking fantastic. Because how the hell is Samus supposed to destroy this giant fucking mech all by herself? This is also the hardest of the 3 Temple Guardian boss fights, in my opinion, because there is absolutely no shielding from the dark atmosphere at all. You are exposed the entire time. I cannot fathom how people can sequence break this game without getting the dark suit and fighting this boss with just the Varia suit alone. I have no idea how that is possible. But basically the first phase of the fight involves us shooting the armor on the kneecaps that are glowing blue. Then it will switch to the next one. We're basically trying to destroy its knee joints so that way we can further destroy Quadraxis. If I had to compare this to a specific Destiny boss, it would probably be Insurrection Prime. The reason being, in Insurrection Prime, you had to destroy layers of its shield in order to completely damage it. Here, we're destroying the outer layer of its kneecaps in order to damage the boss, and to further damage it into different phases. Quadraxis is no pushover, as he is constantly attacking us while we're doing this. He'll also lock onto us with his beam, and it will deal massive damage if it hits us, which is really problematic since there are no health pickups unless we destroy his kneecaps. After destroying Quadraxis' legs, its head will float from its body. Now we have to destroy its head. And again, I haven't mentioned this yet, but you have to scan all of these parts in order to get 100%. You know how I fucking feel about that already. This is one of the only times where the Echo Visor is effective in combat. We see a giant antenna coming out from its body, and we need to shoot it while using the Echo Visor in order to damage it. Damaging this main antenna enough will stun Quadraxis' head, allowing us to damage the 3 antennas that are on its head specifically. This will then lead us into the third and final phase of this fight. In this phase, Quadraxis' head is damaged. There are openings on the top of his head that look like bomb slots that we can get up to. So, we stun Quadraxis, and then we use the spider ball tracks that are on Quadraxis' legs to be able to boost to its head in order to bomb the 2 slots on his head. This is the final phase of the fight, and it is extremely fun, I think. We have to time ourselves to boost onto his head in order to damage him, like I said before, but if we take too long, he will not be stunned anymore, and we will have to re-stun him. This boss is so good that I always like to leave a save file at this boss if I ever want to go back to it. It is my favorite boss in the entire Metroid franchise, let alone this game. It is extremely good and well done, and you have to play this boss for yourself in order to understand. Me talking about it does not do it justice. On top of that, once you kill Quadraxis, you get this badass cutscene. This gives us the final beam upgrade of the game, the Annihilator Beam. This beam is extremely powerful, and it is great. It's the equivalent of the Plasma Beam in terms of raw strength of Prime 1. However, I don't really find myself using this beam too much outside of a couple puzzles that are required to use this in conjunction with the Echo Visor and one particular boss fight at the end of the game. The reason for that is because it uses both light and dark ammo per shot, so it is a little bit expensive to use. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments, but I don't believe you can even use this beam if you are out of one ammo type. You have to have ammo in both light and dark in order to use this beam. While it is powerful, yes, it's not really worth the hassle in my opinion. But at this point, we know the drill. Let's go back and charge up the Light Temple of the Sanctuary Fortress. So, we recharged the Sanctuary Fortress Light Temple, and now we have to get back to Umos. With the Light of Aether fully restored, we gain access to our final suit upgrade of the game, the Light Suit. This makes us fully immune to the Dark World's atmosphere, so that way we can walk through freely without taking damage. We can also walk through some different areas where there are like dark spores looking things, and this will allow us to walk through that without taking damage, and we can also jump into the dark sludge, the all purple watery stuff, and it will let us walk through that without being touched also. I like this design so much better than the dark suit, and it couldn't have come sooner enough. Now, let's talk about that thing I mentioned when we saw the ink cache flying around the Sanctuary Fortress. In the Dark World version of where we found the Seeker Missile upgrade, we find the entrance to the Sky Temple. Much like the Chozo artifacts, if we scan these statues, it will give us hints to where we can find all the Sky Temple keys across Aether. Now here's the problem. We could not collect most of these until this point in the game. There are a lot of areas that these keys are in that we needed the light suit to access, which in turn makes this hunt worse than the Chozo artifacts. At least with the Chozo artifacts, if you knew where they were, you could just go get them once you have the specific upgrade. There are only like 1 or 2 artifacts that you needed to wait until you got the Phazon suit in order to grab. You could have most of them by that point, grab those 2, and then go fight Ridley and fight the final boss. Here, not so much. Yes, you can grab some of them before this point, but most of them you're going to grab after you get the light suit anyway, because you're going to be going around on the last game item hunt in order to pick all of them up. So this means we have to run across the entire planet looking for all 9 Sky Temple keys. There are less than the Chozo artifacts in Prime 1, but that does not mean that they are even more easy to find. In some cases, they're even harder. Much like how we saw before in the Sanctuary Fortress, we first have to get to the area where the cache is located. We have to shoot the cache and kill it, and then it will drop the Sky Temple key. Sometimes this can be annoying because it drops the Sky Temple key wherever the cache is killed. So then you have to make some really funky jumps in order to get it, and it's just, it's a whole big fucking thing. It's just a pain in the ass. But because I already did this, and I'm editing the video for it right now, let's say in total this took me about an hour and 45 minutes. And that's mostly because I knew where most of them were already. But could you imagine a first-time player not knowing about this endgame item hunt until this specific point in the game? My god! It'd be worse than the Chozo artifacts, because at least in the artifacts you would have clues to where they were going to be at that point. You would have already probably went to the Impact Crater and known about the Chozo artifacts at this point. You wouldn't have known about the Sky Temple keys at this point in the game, because they haven't told you anything about them. But anyway, let's just pretend that I have all the Sky Temple keys, and let's go destroy the Ing and the Dark World. Emperor Ing is a gigantic pain in the ass. It is a multi-phase fight much like Quadraxis, except there are only a couple ways to kill this guy effectively. The easiest way is by using the Annihilator Beam. However, since this uses a shit ton of your ammo, you won't be using it that much. And because the next phase of this fight basically requires the Annihilator Beam, we shouldn't use it for this part. Basically, what this form of the fight does is we have to destroy all the tentacles that are coming out of its mouth, and then the core of the Light of Aether, or whatever the fuck it is going to pop out. That will allow us to damage Emperor Ing and destroy the first phase. After we destroy the first phase of Emperor Ing, he will cocoon into a little ball, and then we have to use the spider ball in order to attach to him. He's filling the room with toxic poison dark gas that will kill us if we're in it for too long. This really drains your health the more you're in it. We have to use the spider ball to stick to him and bomb once the tentacles are coming out of his sockets. Destroying all the sockets will allow us to go to phase 2 of the Emperor Aang fight. The second form of Emperor Aang looks more like a normal Hunter Aang. We have to shoot it in its mouth. This is where I don't understand how, if you're a GameCube player, you could beat this boss effectively. You need to aim up into his mouth, and without the Annihilator Beam, it is extremely difficult. If you are not using the Annihilator Beam, you have to use specific beams based on the color of the core in the center. That's why we use the Annihilator Beam, because it uses both light and dark energy. Much like Metroid Prime, where it made us use different visors and different beams, this Emperor Aang makes us do the same thing, except because the beams are more projectile based than they were in Prime 1, it is much more difficult to hit him effectively, especially when he moves his mouth extremely fast. I mean, look how fast that was. You have barely a second's worth of time if you're trying to use a super missile, which is why you should just use the Annihilator Beam. Also, ammo pickups during this area are extremely scarce. You can only really get them from these flying bats in here, and even then they don't drop ammo very effectively. This is why I think this boss fight's a really pain in the ass, and I don't think it's as good as the final boss fight as Metroid Prime. Sure, this is more difficult, but it's more an annoying type of difficult. It's not really like a challenging difficult. It's annoying in the sense that we need specific tools in order to damage him effectively, and the game does not give us that. Metroid Prime was an easy final boss, especially because you dealt so much damage to him. But I think that this was correcting a little bit too much in the opposite direction. But with all that out of the way, we finally kill Emperor Aang, and we actually have an escape sequence. We have to get out of here because the Dark World is imploding on itself. We only have 8 minutes to get out of here, but hold on, wait a minute. 8 minutes? It took us less than 2 minutes to get up here. What is going to be here? Well, of course, it's Dark Samus. She's trying to stop us from destroying this area because this is the source of the Phazon on Aether. This is the final battle of the game, Dark Samus 3. And it's not as good as the second fight in my opinion. Dark Samus 3 can only be damaged by Phazon in its second form. It has all the same moves that it had during the Dark Samus 2 fight, except it grows Phazon armor. We can only damage it with Phazon. As we can see, she shoots up with this giant beam, but eventually she'll shoot smaller things. We need to catch these smaller Phazon particles with our charge beam to build up an attack that will effectively damage Dark Samus. This is also the second time where the Echo Visor is actually useful in combat. This is the only other time, really. And if I'm missing any other time, keep it to yourself, please. My only problem with this fight, like I said, is that you have to wait for her to do the Phazon attack in order to damage her. Yes, you had to do the same thing with Metroid Prime in the first game, but you weren't on a time limit. There's another sense of urgency that just makes it feel more annoying in this case. But it's still a good fight. I wouldn't say it's the worst fight in the game. I definitely like this fight better than the Emperor Aang fight, that's for damn sure. But it's not as good as Quadraxis. But let's blow this son of a bitch and go home. But it turns out someone didn't quite die. And that's Metroid Prime 2. I know I bitched a lot about the stuff in this game that I did not like, but there's also some really good stuff in this game. The way the world is laid out makes it for less backtracking overall, and I think it's much better than having to just go back and forth like we did in Prime 1. That's a great quality of life improvement. I do also really like the attempts to tell a more structured narrative than Prime 1. I do think that it is admirable, and in Prime 3, they really go full force into that structured narrative type, to where that way we're not super going into what is obscure and what's actually told to the letter. Now, I do like this obscure stuff, and I do like finding more stuff through scan logs, but I do like the attempt that they put here, trying to tell us everything that's going on up front. The music is once again great, and I think the graphics and the textures overall are a lot better than Prime 1's, especially in current day, but I mean, current day we have Prime 1 remastered, and there is no remastered version of this game. But that being said, there's a lot I dislike about this game, as you probably heard. The whole second half of the game and finding the Sky Temple keys is atrocious. Some of the bosses are really not balanced for the GameCube controls at all, and hell, they're just really hard in general, and I don't think they were playtested as much as they should have been. Shit like the Alpha Block or the Grapple Guardian not taking damage probably would have been fixed if it had another run through. I did hear that this game had a lot of crunch time at the end of its development, which could have led to some stuff like this. I don't know all the details, that's just what I've heard from passing. So, was I right to think that this game was the worst game I ever played when I was a kid? Oh god, no. I was fucking stupid when I thought that. This is still a great game. It has some shortcomings compared to Prime 1, as you've heard many a time, but it is still a great game and worth your time. Especially to see where this franchise is going. I see a lot of influence in Prime 4 from this game, really. It looked like there was ammo for the beams and such like that in the most recent trailer, and we'll see how that ends up playing out. I really like how we're adding more of the Galactic Federation elements into this game specifically, and we're going a little bit away from the Space Pirates, which I don't even know why they were here in this game. They barely show up, and they're not really used. Again, I get why people love this game, and I understand why people love this game more than the first game. I just can't do it. There are too many flaws in this game that make me think that it's not as good as the first game. Like I said, it's still a great game, and you should definitely give it a shot. I do think that Retro did think about going through one game after another. That's why they released the Prime Trilogy, because you would want to go through and then replay each game over and over and over again. You play the first game, then the second game, then the third game. And then, hell, even the fourth game when that comes out. I do think that there are a lot of good things in this game, a lot of good quality of life things, but there's just enough to drag it down to me and make it not as good as Prime 1. But now let's get to that finale game. This is the Halo 3 of the Metroid Prime Trilogy, and it's Metroid Prime 3. Metroid Prime 3 is the most divisive of the main Prime trilogy. I believe this is mainly due to changes that Retro Studios made in order to make it more accessible for first-time players. I mean, after all, the Wii sold way more units than the GameCube ever did in its entire lifespan, so there's a good chance that this would be somebody's first Metroid game. And while I do see where the accessibility aspects kind of hinder the progression and the exploration aspects of the Prime Trilogy, I still feel that there's a lot of that. This game to me feels the most like Metroid Fusion compared to any other Metroid game, I would say. It has a heavy focus on its narrative and its a linear structure. There's not a lot of openness like compared to the last two games. While some parts can be super open, and it is still an exploration-heavy game in parts, it is much more linear than the previous two games, and focuses more on story, like I said before. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Going back to trends that the series was following back when Prime 2 came out, Halo 3 was also coming out around the same time as this game. There's some similarities to Halo 3 that I see in this game as well, except that it's more Metroidified, I guess you could say. One thing that is obvious just from the footage you're seeing of the demo unit on screen is that the game uses motion controls. You use the motion controls to aim, you use the motion controls to help use your grapple beam. Now, in some cases, this would be seen as a hindrance, especially as an early Wii title. It might be seen as kind of a gimmick. I think the motion control aiming is actually one of the best things about this game. It gives you a sense of control that you never had in the original two games. The grapple beam being assigned to the nunchucks motion controls helps you use it in combat now. It's not just a one-time thing to help you swing from one area to another. You can actually use it in combat. That's the main thing with this game. Combat. We'll get more into that when we get into the actual gameplay, but combat is more of a focus in this game than it ever has been in any of the other two games. And while this game does have its faults, I actually like it more than Prime 2 in a way. I understand that this game is not everybody's go-to Metroid game when you think of the exploration and such, and it kind of spits in the face of things that I like about the series as a whole. But it does it well, at least. At least it's not just there as like a gimmick, and the game is fun still, even with its combat-focused style. I hope if I just get into it, you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So, let's jump right in. There's actually some things that the game doesn't necessarily tell us that's going on in the story. Turns out Dark Samus actually invaded the space pirate homeworld and is working alongside them to gather the rest of Phazon. They're also supplying the space pirates with Phazon as well. The space pirates are more prominent in this game than they have been in the last two games, and this will become more apparent as we go along. The intro to this game is one long linear set piece. We're in our ship, and then we're flying to the GFS Olympus, a Galactic Federation ship where we're getting our orders because we are hired once again by the Galactic Federation to do their bidding. However, this isn't Fusion's Galactic Federation where they're all corrupt or anything. This is Prime Galactic Federation where they're actually useful and not a bunch of corrupt assholes. The intro is very standard stuff. We're asked to land on the GFS Olympus once we're cleared, and calibrate our weapons. Very similar to what something like Halo 2 or Halo 1 would do, also. I'm not going to make this whole section a big comparison to Halo. I'm really not. I'm just getting some of this stuff out of the way, because I do think that structuring a game similar to how the first two Halo games were is a great way to make this game more accessible to newcomers. Because very much like Halo, the beginning section of this game is just to let us explore the world and let us know the type of world that we're in, right? Immediately, one thing I'm not a big fan of in this game is the way the scan system is. In Prime 1 and Prime 2, whenever you scan something that would be whether lore related or a creature or something research related, you would hear a tone that says the following.
Recording to logbook.
This would in turn help you know that you are scanning something that is going towards your scan collection total. Prime 3 does not have this sound effect for some reason, even in the Trilogy version. It was added to the Trilogy version for Prime 1, so why could we not add it to Prime 3 as well? Instead, there are things on the bottom left and right that will show up, like little icons will tell you creatures, research, or lore entries. Besides these icons, there's really nothing that tells you that you're scanning something that's being added to your logbook total at the end of the game. And sure, Prime 1 and 2, I would miss things while just playing the game normally as well. But this game, I don't think I've ever gotten 100% scans in this game because I don't want to walk around and scan every little thing in order to get the 100% completion in this game. That's just a little pet peeve of mine. The other thing that I don't really like as much is that if you want to learn anything about anything you scan in this game, you need to go to the logbook. You don't have a little bit of an option that it gives you beforehand. You have to go to the logbook. This intro is pretty standard stuff. We're just exploring the ship and getting our feel for our surroundings. We even meet up with some other bounty hunters that the Galactic Federation also hired for this mission. We have Gore, a cybernetic soldier. We have Rundus, who can control ice powers, and Gandreda, who's a shapeshifter, even taking our form in order to fake us out when we get into the room. Kind of like an SAX situation if you ever played Metroid Fusion. It's here we learn that the mission we're being sent on is to spread a vaccine to various Aurora units across the Federation systems. You see, they've been cast the virus of space pirate origin, which is affecting their computer systems and making the network of the Galactic Federation be offline temporarily. Now, these Aurora units strangely look similar to Mother Brain, and I don't know if that was necessarily a good idea, because the last time the Federation had to deal with something similar to Mother Brain, well, they had to send Samus to stop it. It's not long that the space pirates launched an attack on our fleet and the planet below, Nori, so we're ordered to go down to the planet and stop them from attacking the Federation HQ on the planet. Now, this is very similar to Halo again, like I said, and this will be the last Halo reference that I'm making for the rest of this video because I know it gets kind of tiring. We can see the space pirates kind of have a different look. They're more fleshy, with less skin on them, more exposed, and you can even see some residue of Phazon on them, as if they're trying to entice Phazon weapons into their arsenal. One little detail that I like that's going on in these sections is that these Galactic Federation troopers can die if you don't protect them. But if you protect them and talk to them, they'll thank you and all this stuff. It really makes you feel like that Samus Aran has a reputation and that you're like some sort of hero in this sense. Nothing too crazy happens in this intro, so you wouldn't be missing much if I cut all of it. The main thing is that we fight a boss before we go down to the planet, and this is a good intro boss to show us how the motion controls would actually work if I was using motion controls in this playthrough. This fight is the Berserker Lord. Basically, what we have to do is we have to destroy both of his shoulder plates once the fight starts, and then we need to shoot these purple orbs that he shoots at us back at him to destroy his armor plating. From there, we can actually damage him. This fight works a lot better with the motion controls because you can lock on and free aim at the same time when you're using the Wii Remote's controls. You can't really do that here with the keyboard and mouse controls like I'm using here, but imagine if you can lock on and then still move the cursor to his shoulder, so that way you can strafe and still aim. That is really useful for a lot of bosses in this game, and I wish that there was a way that I could personally do it in the keyboard and mouse controls, because that's my preferred way of playing this. And I know, I'm kind of a pleb for emulating this game in the first place, but I wanted to see what the keyboard and mouse controls were like, and honestly, I would probably rather play this game with the motion controls, especially because a lot of this game is motion-based. Once we kill the Berserker Lord and get down to the planet Noria, we get another upgrade. This is the Grapple Lasso. This allows us to use the grapple beam in combat, and we use this a lot in this area as it introduces us a lot to the combat things that we'll be focusing on in this game. Like I said, Prime 3 is a lot more combat focused, but this also helps us clear more obstacles as well, and it makes the grapple beam more used as a traversal thing than just swinging across large gaps. Now we can actually use it to open doors in different areas, and even remove shields from enemies when we get to that part. We're tasked to re-enable the planet's defense system from the pirate attacks so that way we can destroy ships that are in orbit of the planet. As soon as we re-enable the first generator, we see that something is coming out of orbit, out of a wormhole. This is some sort of meteor that's coming towards the planet. This is actually the Leviathans that I alluded to earlier in the Prime 2 video. This is the same type of meteor that crash landed on Talon 4 and on Aether, causing it to be a hellhole. Now, we already know what that did on those planets, so we definitely don't want that thing to happen to this planet either. So, we gotta get these defense systems back online, or as Admiral Dane so elegantly puts it, everyone down here is as good as dead otherwise. I skipped over earlier, but when we were heading to the first generator, we did see Rundus helping us fight some of the space pirates. Here we can see Gore in his big, giant mech suit fighting a Berserker Lord all by himself. On the way to the second generator, an old friend decides to stop by, Ridley. Looks like he's regenerated all of his organic pieces because he has no mechanical pieces left on his body like he did in Prime 1. In fact, after we enable the second generator, we have a boss fight with the boy Ridley, and this boss fight's actually very memorable. Now you might be thinking, a Ridley boss fight at the beginning of the game? That's crazy. This fight mainly serves the purpose to help us get introduced to the motion controls again, and it's framed in a really cool thing. You see, we're falling down the generator's shaft, which leads to the core of the planet. If we take too long and that meter's thing on the bottom of the screen gets to 0, we die. So this boss fight has a little bit of a time limit, and we're constantly falling during this fight. Ridley will even grab us, and we have to shoot him in the mouth to stop him from damaging us. Now, this fight is nowhere near as good as the fight that's in Prime 1, but it doesn't need to be. This is a tutorial boss fight. It doesn't need to be excellent like the one that Prime 1 had. This is here to show us the controls and to give us a little bit of what's to come in the combat system in this game. And I'm talking about combat again, and you'll really see why I mentioned that after the tutorial. In a badass ending cutscene, Samus climbs onto his mouth, shoots him, and leaves him to fall to the planet's core below, leaving him for dead. Then we ride back up the shaft with Rundus helping us along. So at this point we can reactivate the generator, and then we can go back and enable the defense cannon to destroy the Leviathan. But first, let's meet up with the other hunters.
You're late. We were about to leave you behind.
The meteor is approaching faster than you think.
If we don't make it to the top in time, we can kiss this planet goodbye.
Hey, relax. We're the good guys. Justice will prevail and all that stuff. Right, Samus?
Here, let's do this.
Samus is in a coma for a whole month. Once we wake up, we learn that all three of the hunters now have been poisoned with Phazon. Dark Samus made us so that our biological structure is producing its own Phazon, and that this has no negative effects on our health. Bullshit. And this right here is where the game gets its most divisive feature yet. Hyper Mode. You can activate Hyper Mode, just like in Metroid Prime 1, where you shoot a stream of Phazon that kills enemies extremely fast, and it is your best way of damaging in the game. Now, there's a caveat to this. You have to use an energy tank in order to activate it. You use the entire energy tank, and then you come out of Hyper Mode. So, there's a little bit of risk-reward to it. Except, not really. And I'll get more into that once we go off into the different planets. Meeting with the ship's Aurora Unit 313, we find out that the other three hunters have been sent to various planets across the system to find out various Leviathans and destroy them to stop the production of Phazon. These planets are Brio, Elysia, and the Space Pirate homeworld, with Rundus going to Brio, Gore going to Elysia, and Gandreda going to the Space Pirate homeworld. It is our task to go and find them, because all three of them have been missing for some time, and to help destroy the Leviathan on each planet. And yes, in this game, you're not limited to just one planet. There are multiple different planets and locations that we can go to. We can even go back to Norion if we wanted to, although I wouldn't recommend going back there just yet, as there's a lot of items that we need further upgrades for. And now, this is where Prime 3 gets even more divisive for some. Now, beforehand, we used to have elevators that would take us to different locations and would act as a loading screen. These loading screens didn't take more than 30 seconds at most. At most. But now, planets are split up into different areas sometimes. And we can't access each area of the planet by simply going to a different elevator or something like that at first. So what do we need to do? We need to go back to the landing site that we've landed on, and then get into the ship and select the next landing site. We see this first with Brio, for example, the first planet that we were supposed to go to. See, at first in Brio, there's only one landing site that we can go to. We have to go there to explore and reactivate a Galactic Federation site that is here. This won't gain us access to the remaining landing sites on this planet. Now, at first, this isn't so bad. We're exploring just like other Metroid Prime games, and we're trying to find items that will help us progress. We see enemies in the background, foreshadowing that there's some other enemy type that's going on here besides these flying enemies that we can see here. This fun little fact about the natives here, the Reptilicus, is that they were actually given a lot of their technology and knowledge from the Chozo. Unfortunately, with the Leviathan seed here, it has caused them to become more like a warrior tribe-based thing, based on combat. And this wasn't what they were before. Originally, they sought out knowledge, much like the Chozo did, met up with the Chozo, got some of this knowledge, but now they're at their more primal instincts. Now, let's fight some of these enemies, actually. Let's see how long it takes me to kill them with Hyper Mode. See, that didn't take very long now, did it? Well, imagine that if I wasn't using Hyper Mode. Probably multiply the time it took me to kill them times 15, maybe? Yes. I'm not fucking kidding. Yes. The game is built around you using Hyper Mode for combat scenarios a lot in this game. Now, some would say it's balanced, like I said, because you have to use an energy tank in order to activate Hyper Mode. I disagree. The reason I disagree is because it is so reliant that you use Hyper Mode on bosses or even enemies in this game, because they give them such outrageous health pools that you are constantly going into Hyper Mode, and it feels like a crutch mechanic, personally. But I know what you're thinking. Well, what about missiles? Missiles have been significantly nerfed in this game compared to Prime 1 and Prime 2. You don't really see me using missiles that much in the footage here, but in the past, the footage, you kind of saw me using some. They have a definite travel time. They're more of a projectile in any sense than they were in Prime 1 and 2. Prime 1 and 2, they were fast. You could fire off maybe 2 or 3 missiles in the time that it takes to fire one off in this game. It takes much longer for the missiles to travel. They have a delayed initial launch, and I swear the damage output of them is way less too. They're mainly just a exploration tool this time to open certain gates and shields, and when we get other missile upgrades later on, they're used to help freeze things. Yes, they brought the ice missiles back in this game. I know what you might be thinking also is that what happens to our other beams since we have Hyper Beam? Well, there are beam upgrades in Prime 3 as well. However, unlike Prime 1 and 2 where you could change beams on the fly with the same button that you use to activate Hyper Mode in this game, the beam upgrades stack in this game. And that's not entirely a problem. In the 2D games, the beams stack all the time, and it works great. You use the upgraded power of all the beams combined, and you are a master of destroying anything in your path. I do think that this is a good thing in a sense. However, for Prime, I do like having the beams a little bit separated, because some beams are better for different types of enemies, but now we just have one blanket beam that takes care of any enemy. And that's the beam in Hyper Mode. Yes, the beam upgrades do give you a marginal boost in the power of the beam itself, but Hyper Mode is the main damage output that you are going to be using in this game, and like I said, sometimes it is even required. Now, does this add some challenge to the game, since every time you use Hyper Mode, it takes away an energy tank? In some bosses and some enemy encounters, I would say so. I would say it adds some challenge, especially the Leviathan fights. When we get to the Leviathan seeds, the fights inside of those areas can be quite difficult, especially if you're too reliant on Hyper Mode. I died quite a few times to the boss fight inside the Leviathan seed here on Brio, because I wasn't managing my health enough and I was constantly using Hyper Mode way too often. It can get you killed if you're too reliant on it. But that's the problem. The game kind of teaches you to be a little bit too reliant on it. In some cases, in my opinion, it makes the combat downright uninteresting in this game compared to Prime 1 and Prime 2, because you're constantly pressing the fucking plus button, or in this case, whatever button I have bound to Hyper Mode, and using Hyper Mode. Because it's the quickest way to take care of enemies, and it's the most efficient way to take care of enemies, especially because your normal beams and missiles have been significantly nerfed this time around, and all the enemies have enormous health pools. It's quite crazy in my opinion. Coming up right here, there's going to be another Reptilicus, and just look how long it takes me to kill this guy without Hyper Mode. Just watch. I know that was significantly longer because I stopped to scan him and I missed some shots, but you get the point. Hyper Mode would have killed him in 2 seconds there, making me want to use Hyper Mode on these types of enemies and other enemies on this planet, and yeah. Now, watch here. I'm going to use Hyper Mode on this guy and watch how fast I take care of him. Why wouldn't I use Hyper Mode to kill these enemies? It kills them in 2 seconds and it gets me along with my way. Honestly, I would rather take the ammo approach to how the beams were used in Prime 2 over this. I know I complained a lot about that, but at least it made the combat slightly more interesting in some areas, and it's not just press plus or whatever fucking button I have binded to activating Hyper Mode and going from there. In this section, I'm going to do something a little bit different and talk about the music kind of area by area. Now, some of the music you heard before is more atmospheric, and it's not like super catchy. It's just kind of like generic adventure type music. Now, that being said, this theme for the main area of Brio is fucking fantastic. It is probably one of my favorite songs in the game. I really love this, especially compared to the 2 other areas that we'll be going to on this planet. This one really stands out to me. So we find the Galactic Federation station and we bring it back online, and we catch a little glimpse of Rundus, actually. He's alive and doing well, but what What's going on? Something's wrong. He's not coming to help us. He's kind of running away in a way. Now we get access to the next 2 landing zones of Brio. We got Brio Fire and Brio Jungle. The next one we need to go to is Brio Fire, so let's head there. We get to Brio Fire, and it's mainly just this fuel-type substance that is kind of lava of this area, so to speak. But this music track is nowhere near as good as the normal Brios. It's mainly just for atmospheric ambience, really. But we're here to disable one part of the Leviathan shield, because there are shield generators that have been built up by the space pirates protecting the Leviathan seed, keeping us from accessing it. So let's proceed through Brio Fire and then get this shield down. You might be wondering what exactly happened there. Well, we just got corrupted. Haha, it's the name of the game. Metroid Prime 3 Corruption. Anyway, corruption in this game works as follows. When you enter hyper mode, if you stay in it for too long, your bar will become red. It will also start to refill itself. If it refills itself all the way and you wait too long, this happens. That's right. If we use hyper mode too long, we become Dark Samus and are corrupted. This kind of shows what is happening to the other bounty hunters, really. Now, in all honesty, more often than not, you are not at all going to die to this mechanic at all. In combat, if you're corrupted and you are using it sparingly, aka just shooting it to get rid of your corruption meter and then keeping it there, after a while it will auto get rid of hyper mode for you. So that way you don't have to worry about wasting an entire energy tank. It will automatically eject you from hyper mode. I have probably only died from this one time, and it's because at one point a specific space pirate enemy can throw a phazon grenade at us, which puts us into that corrupted state in hyper mode with all like the wavy lines on the side like we saw it when I died there. That is the only time I've ever actually died in combat at this thing, because it forces you into hyper mode. Unfortunately, Rundus has been corrupted and we have to take him down. This is one of the best boss fights in the game, in my opinion, because if you're not using hyper mode the entire time, it's actually really fun. Basically, what we have to do is we have to stun Rundus and grapple lasso his armor off of him. That allows us to damage him. He runs really fast, and he'll even act like Frozone and make little ice waves that he can fly around on. Another reason this boss is one of the best in the game. Listen to the fucking music. I mean, come on. That's fucking Metroid Prime right there, man. You don't get much better than that. This is one of the best boss themes in the fucking series. And honestly, I don't really care if I get copyright strike from this video. I'm not trying to make money off this anyway. I'm just trying to show you guys why I love this franchise so much, and the music is a big part of it, and it's really a big part of this game also. Also, another reason I don't like these missiles, as you saw right there, if Rundus can shoot them and freeze them out of the air, so they're basically useless. But honestly, that's the only reason I like to not use hyper mode on this fight, is because the music is just so great that I just like to listen to it, you know what I mean? But you can do that outside of the game if you really wanted to, but if you're trying to go fast, you're using hyper mode. The last act of cruelty, Dark Samus forces Rundus to impale himself on his own icicle, so that way she can absorb his essence and grow more powerful in the process. We then get the ice missiles. These are a really great utility tool in this game, more so than they were in Metroid Fusion also, the last time we saw this upgrade. Especially because this area is made by fuel, we can actually freeze this field with these ice missiles and create different platforms. We'll see that in action here in a sec. But oh boy, everybody, if you thought I was negative about some parts of this game before, now we're really going to get into my least favorite aspect of this game in its entirety. I talked about backtracking in the previous two sections, and I told you I wasn't that big of didn't think it was a big detriment to the game. This game is the opposite. I think it absolutely ruins the flow of this game. And why is that? Well, the reason is because each planet has multiple different areas, and at first, the only different ways you can get to those areas is to head all the way back to the start of the area, jump in your ship, go to the next area, and then from there, finally, go to your destination that you're going to. Now, if it's contained on one single planet, right, it's not that bad, right? But it's not contained to one single planet. Every planet will have you do this, and especially later in the game, you will need to go back to a different planet to get an upgrade that is required to continue the main story of the game. For example, after we beat Brio, we go to the planet Elysia, right? We'll talk more about Elysia once we get there. But there's a point in Elysia where we can't progress unless we come back to Brio and get a specific upgrade from Brio that allows us to continue in Elysia. So, what we do is we get in our ship in Elysia, come back to Brio, explore Brio in whatever area we're supposed to explore it in, go back to our ship, fly back to Elysia and get to the point that we were at there, and then continue on. This happens on more than one occasion, unfortunately, and it really drags down the pacing of this game, in my opinion. You can hate backtracking all you want. You can even think that it's a great flaw of Prime 1, and even though I said it wasn't, I understand your opinion. But if you're going to sit here and tell me that the backtracking in Prime 1 is worse than any of the backtracking in Prime 3, you're fundamentally wrong. And I full-heartedly believe that. In this case, we got the ice missiles, and then we learned that we can't destroy the Leviathan shield from this area in Brio Fire. We need something more powerful. So, where do we go? Well, we have to go back to that Galactic Federation site that we saw earlier in the other area of Brio. So you're telling me that I just came this area, killed Rundus, got the ice missiles, got all the way to the end of Brio Fire. Now I have to go all the way back to the beginning of Brio Fire, get in my ship, and then leave and go back to the main area of Brio. You see, this is what I'm talking about when the backtracking is extremely annoying and disruptive in this game. because of shit like this. I know it sounds like I'm being very, very negative in this section of the video, even more so than Prime 2, and I think Prime 2 is my least favorite of the 3 games. But I mean, come on. At some point you just gotta talk about the negatives, and this is a pretty big negative. But I do like Prime 3 quite a lot because I really like its destinations that we're in. I do really like Brio. Elysia is probably my favorite planet in any fucking video game ever. And we'll get to that, and I'll explain why when we get to Elysia. But for now, let's figure out what we need to get in order to destroy the Leviathan Seed's shield. Coming back to this Galactic Federation site, we find an area that we can actually land our ship in. We're going to need some kind of upgrade for our ship in order to destroy the shield generators on the Leviathan Seed's shield. So, we're going to actually upgrade our ship and allow it to use ship missiles. This is where we get to see use of another visor that's in Prime 3, the ship visor. Now, this visor you don't actually have to unlock, you have it with the scan visor at the start of the game. But at the start of the game, you don't really use it except for one location on Norion in order to bring your ship to the first generator as a sort of save point, as you will. You need it to progress in this game, but unfortunately your ship is not really used that much. There are a lot of ship missile expansions in this game as well, but you don't really use the ship missiles more than, I think, 4 or 5 times in the entire game, and even then it's just completely optional. I think I only used it in, like, actual combat way maybe once in the entire game. So I'm not entirely sure why there's a lot of ship missile expansions. I might be missing a lot of tech that you can use with this thing. But if I am, please let me know, because I'd be very interested to see what the purpose of having all these missile expansions are. So we head back to Brio Fire and go back to try to destroy the shield generator, which we do. And now we can head to Brio Jungle. Nothing really happens in Brio Jungle. There's a lot of fights with space pirates, and that's about it. The only real thing that we fight here is we fight another boss that doesn't really give us much. This boss, Korak, actually literally gives us nothing for beating him, just a way to progress. Some of the space pirates in this area do actually have phase-on powers, and they will actually enter hyper mode just like us, and will take us a lot of damage in order to kill them. Just again, let's use hyper mode. And let's use hyper mode on this boss Korak. Let's see what it does. Maybe it's not as powerful on this guy.
Oh.
You see, this is why hyper mode gets its bad rap, because you can do that to bosses. Not even just this boss, it's just like basically a mid-boss. You can do that to every boss, too. You just absolutely fucking melt them. Yep. So, we destroy the next shield generator, and then we can finally get into the Leviathan Seed. Inside the seed, we find this boss fight called Maganar. Basically, how this fight works is he has 4 red spheres that rotate around his body. We need to destroy all of the spheres, and then use our hyper mode on the holes where the spheres were. I did mention earlier that I did actually die on this boss a couple times, because I only have 4 energy tanks, and I abused hyper mode quite a bit during this fight. It can be quite annoying. This is another fight where the motion controls would really help, because you can lock on to Maganar and also free aim to either his shoulders or the bottom one, and there's one on his back as well that would really help. And if you use the motion controls, it makes this so much easier. There's nothing too much really else to say about this boss. At some points, he will grab 2 random red orbs from the sides to try to replenish red orbs that have already been destroyed. You can destroy these while he's grabbing them, and it will deal tons of damage. But basically, all you gotta do is destroy the red orbs, keep them from regenerating, and then use your hyper mode on each of the 4 sections of his body to deal all the damage. Killing Moganor actually shows that this is corrupting her further. The big burst of Phazon from killing Moganor is making her have to even vomit Phazon that her body is making so much. It's actually killing her. Yeah, if only this didn't affect her health like that one bitch said it would at the beginning of the game, right? The upgrade we get here is the Hyper Ball. Now, this is not really used much in the game at all. In fact, none of these upgrades really are at all. They do show you a good tutorial of what it does in this area, though. You use the Morph Ball while you're in Hyper Mode, and you use this beam of electricity to damage things that are around you, kind of like a web of some sorts. It's not really useful. I don't really use it that much outside of the few areas that it's required to even progress, and that's really about it. There's not much else to say about the fucking thing. With that out of the way, let's head to the next planet where we need to destroy the next Leviathan seed, Elysia. On the planet, we're in this area called Skytown, this massive mechanical steampunk-looking area connected by rails that we need to use our grapple lasso in order to progress through the area. It's actually extremely unique for this franchise. It's also worth mentioning that this planet is also the homeworld of the Chozo race itself. The ground has been contaminated, so they use Skytown as a way to live among the clouds, similar to Bespin, kind of, in the Star Wars franchise. And on top of that, you get this beautiful musical piece playing in the background. Take a listen. This area, in my opinion, is similar to the Phendrana Drifts of Prime 1, with that nice, relaxing musical piece, and you can say the same for the subterranean Torvus Bog in Metroid Prime 2 as well. Some people have said that this planet can be annoying to traverse around, considering that it all kind of looks similar, and we need to use the grapple lasso and have like a little motion control gimmick kind of thing in order to get to the next area, or use the launchers to get to the next island of platforms that we can use. I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because that it's extremely unique for this series, and it's pretty unique for most games to have a kind of world like Elysia, kind of. It's very different for this franchise as well. In the past games, we've always been on the ground, kind of going through different types of terrain and using the boost ball to go up, different half pipes, and all this other stuff. This is completely unique for Metroid, and I think that's why I love it so much. I also really like steampunk type architecture a lot, so I think that's probably why this resonates with me so much. And I mean, story-wise too, Samus is pretty connected to this place as well, being raised by the Chozo and everything, so you really want to get through and help this planet from not being a hellhole more than it already is. The machines have turned against the Chozo, leaving the rest of them for dead, and it's our job to go through and to stop this Leviathan seed so that more planets don't suffer the same fate as this one. Because this planet is extremely close to Samus as a character. You wouldn't really know that unless you read a lot of lore things, or even the manga that's tied into Zero Mission a lot. And hell, they don't even mention this planet at all in that, since this came out after Zero Mission. But it is cool to see that we finally get to see the homeworld of Chozo, and the type of architecture that brought them up to give us the technology that we're using in Samus' suit even now. I know that some people wish that we could see Samus' connection to the Chozo a little bit more in-game and outside of lore, like we do with games like Zelda and such like that. I agree, but in my opinion, we can't really do it unless we made Samus talk and we showed her in a way that she isn't really portrayed in the games. She is portrayed that way in one of the other games, but not very well. God, Other M really did irreparable damage to this fucking franchise, didn't it? Our first objective on this planet is to meet up with the planet's Aurora unit stationed in Skytown. See, the Chozo and the Galactic Federation have been allies for a long time, and this is how Samus actually became part of the Galactic Federation after the Chozo were attacked by Ridley and the Space Pirates once she was grown up. We can also see that Gore has hijacked the security system based on these screens here. Instead of displaying the Aurora unit like it should, it's displaying a hologram of Gore. This shows that Gore's already been corrupted by the Phazon and his PED implant from his suit. It's also the reason why all the mechanoids in this area are attacking us, more so than just the Leviathan Seed, so that's the reason why we need to take him down, unfortunately. We fight this mini-boss on the way to the Aurora unit that resurrects some of these, steamed... What's this thing called? Destroying the defense drone mini-boss on the way to the Aurora unit, we gain access to the boost ball. This will let us go across more areas of Skytown and even make some cannons in areas where the rails that we used to cross were destroyed after going across them the first time. So, it's pretty useful. I would say the boost ball is even better in Prime 1 and 2, because it uses more of it for different puzzles. Instead of just having half pipes, we use it for these puzzles where we need to go in circles with them in order to charge them up. It's not really used for combat like in Prime 2, but we do get to do that fun thing in Prime 2 where if you use the boost ball on a spider ball track, it will fling you across. Something else I want to mention is that as Samus goes throughout this game and gets more and more corrupted, her physical appearance starts to change. Even her suit begins to glow more and more blue because she's more and more corrupted with the Phazon. As we saw in that previous footage when I was using the scan visor, we could see that the Phazon is even seeping into her face now also. A little bit crazy, but I love details like that to show that we're still in imminent danger. Even though we're using the Phazon, it is slowly killing us. When trying to converse to the Aurora unit, we realize that the Aurora unit is offline due to it being corrupted with Phazon. We do have that vaccine that the Galactic Federation gave us before, so we have to go down and administer the vaccine.
This turn of events is insignificant. I'll show you what I mean. Up there! The network's been severed. You have no chance of destroying the seed unless you restore the Aurora unit.
In order to destroy the seed, we need to connect the Aurora unit to Skytown's primary network. Fortunately, Gore has severed it. We need Gore's plasma beam in order to resever the connection to the Aurora unit and Skytown. This will let us commence our plan to destroy the Leviathan seed here on Elysia.
Ship priority status alert. Hull armor taking damage.
What? What? How is our ship taking damage? What the hell is going on? Well, I guess we should head back to the ship then, and oh, okay. That's a problem.
Just in time. Catch! Don't you feel the power? Soon everything will be corrupted, including you.
And now we have to take on Gore in his big giant mech suit. For the first phase of this fight, we need to strafe behind Gore in order to destroy the core on his back. This will destroy the shield, leaving his face open for attack. This is the best way to use hyper mode on that part of the fight. And then the second phase gets a little bit more interesting. Basically, in the second form of the fight, he has a little thing underneath his mech suit similar to some of the enemies in Prime 2 with the 4 legs and the head. I already forgot what they were named. But this will allow us to shoot him in the head once he's stunned. He'll always roll around in this phase of the fight. He won't jump and charge at you as much as he did in the first phase. And this fight overall just really isn't that engaging, especially if you use hyper mode all the time like you're supposed to in this game, but it is still a fun boss fight, and it's different for the series. With Gore dead, we gain access to our first beam upgrade of the game, the Plasma Beam. Like I mentioned before, beam upgrades in Prime 3 stack, so we don't have to switch between the Power Beam and the Plasma Beam. The Plasma Beam is our main source of attack now, and it is way more powerful than the Power Beam. And like I said, this isn't necessarily a problem. I don't mind the stacking beam types at all, especially in this game. So what does the Plasma Beam allow us to do differently in Prime 3 than it would in Prime 1? Well, basically it allows us to resolder some of the areas that we saw were disconnected in the Aurora unit area. We can use this in other areas as well with panels that have been destroyed or with marks like that. We can use it basically as a soldering kit in order to resolder the thing. We can also shoot magma-looking rock, and it will help us melt this, and then we can uncover what's either below it or behind it. The raw power of the Plasma Beam hasn't changed, really. It still fires extremely fast, unlike its Prime 1 counterpart, but this speed also comes with some raw power, and I think is an objective upgrade over the Power Beam, as these beam upgrades should be. And I'm really glad that it stacks, and we don't really have to trade it, because I probably wouldn't be using anything else but this Plasma Beam at this point in the game. I mean, look at that. Look how fun that is. We destroy these little robots and they just melt into a million pieces. It's great. So after using our Plasma Beam to fix the panels underneath the Aurora unit, we can finally learn the plan to destroy the Leviathan Seed here on Elysia. Similar to Brio, this seed also has a shield generator. However, due to it being underneath Elysia's dense clouds and being on the surface of the planet, it's impossible to reach due to how the storm would basically knock our ship out of orbit, similar to how the storm in Aether did in Prime 1. But we learned that it is possible to detonate a thermonuclear explosion and destroy the thing. I mean, yeah, that would probably do it. But in order to gain the pieces to create this nuke, we need something for our ship, a new upgrade. Similar to Brio, there is another Federation landing site on the opposite side of Skytown that will give us the upgrade that we need. This will be the ship grapple. This is a little bit more useful than the ship missiles in my opinion, because it is used to solve more puzzles than just this one specific thing, and it will help us destroy the Leviathan Seed, and then we will only have one left. But unfortunately for us, the GF landing site is behind this little thing.
Samus, perhaps what you require to access the Federation landing site in the east is not on this planet.
This is the scenario I brought up earlier in Brio Fire when we were talking about backtracking before. This, luckily, is the most egregious example of this in my opinion, and it gets better from here. But this is pretty fucking bad. We have to go back to Brio Fire. There's an area we can access now with the Plasma Beam, since the Plasma Beam can also destroy ice. I'm not sure if I entirely mentioned that. There are also some Plasma Beam doors in Brio Fire that we missed, and normal Brio as well, and we can access these areas as well. But, just know, I'm cutting this out, and you're not going to be able to see it, but this is the scenario for if you're backtracking to another planet. You have to call your ship to a landing zone. You then get in your ship and then go to the next planet. You then wait about probably a minute after all the loading and get to the planet. You then hear the same sound effect that you would hear as if you relaunch the save, the choir music playing whenever you see Samus Aran, just like we heard in the intro to the Prime 1. You hear this every time you get out of your ship. You don't even hear it when you load up a save in this game, and it gets grating after a while. They're not using it in the right spots, I feel like. But just know I'm cutting this out, and I'm saving you guys a lot of time. I mean, hell, you should think I'm merciful. I haven't saved you time in the last 3.5 fucking hours at this point. So, I'll be merciful now. Back in Brio Fire, we find a teleporter after accessing an area with our plasma beam by shooting some ice out of the way, and we're transported to Brio Ice. This is an area that you can't access with your ship, and you have to go through Brio Fire. The music sounds incredibly calming, similar to how the Phendrana Drift sounded in Prime 1. There's a lot of walls here, indicating that we're probably going to be getting the screw attack here, and we do. But there's some great lore here. Remember how I said that the Chozo interacted with the species here on Brio quite a bit? This is where we really get to see that foretold. We see 2 giant statues, one of a Chozo and one of a Reptilicus. This is the Chozo passing its knowledge and technology forward to the Reptilicus species. We get to see this after acquiring the screw attack. The screw attack is slightly more useful in this game than in Prime 2 because it's used a lot more. There's a lot more fun puzzle kind of things that we can do with it in this game than in Prime 2. So, now that we got the screw attack, let's head back to our ship and go back to fucking Elysia, and we can get to the GF landing site. The GF landing site, we need to take this gondola over to the second area. This is basically the equivalent of Brio Fire or Brio Jungle to the main area of Brio. So, this is the second area of Elysia. Here it looks like the space pirates have caught on to our plan to destroy the shield, and they're here to stop us. Getting to the landing site of this area, we finally get access to the ship grapple, and then we can start building our nuke to destroy the Leviathan Siege shield. It's at this point that I kind of have some problems with how this game handles its accessibility. While yes, accessibility is great, and I love this game for it, for introducing a lot of new people to the Metroid franchise, and Prime as a whole. This is the part where I think they took the training wheels off, and not kind of in a good way. It's more of throwing your baby in the pool and expecting it to swim kind of way. They give us a hint that there's 3 components for the bomb that we need. They don't tell us which components in which order we need to grab them in. So, we have to grab them in a specific order, otherwise we can't grab any of them at all. Now, this isn't necessarily a big problem, but let me tell you, I got so fucking lost during this part on my most recent playthrough, because up to this point the game is giving you hints on where to go at all times. And so you kind of get used to that, right? Like, I'm not necessarily a fan of Prime games or Metroid games giving you hints where to go all times, but this game was kind of setting a pace for that sort of thing, and it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I welcomed it at some points. But here, this is where they kind of just, like I said, take the training wheels off and expect you to be able to ride your bike through the rest of this area. I shit you not, if you do this sequence wrong, it will probably add maybe an hour to your gameplay time at the end of this. Yeah, it would take that long, because 2 of the parts that you need are in this area of Elysia, and the other one is back in Skytown. If you go back to Skytown main first, try to get the part there, and realize you can't collect it, guess what? You have to go all the way back to your ship and come back this way in order to get the first part you need for the bomb. It can be extremely aggravating if you don't know which ones to grab first, because you either weren't paying attention or you didn't scan the environment properly as much as you probably should have. For example, here, I'm in the room where I need to get the first bomb component. However, I can't grab it because I need to go up top in order to grab it. So how do I get up top? Well, we have to head back to the observatory room that we've been through in this area multiple times. I'll talk more about this room a little bit. And just know that we have to grapple this one thing. We don't know what a ship grapple point looks like at this point, because by the time we've scanned it the first time, we haven't had the ship grapple. So we just kind of have to assume that this is something we need to use. I may be misreading what actually is happening here, and if I am, I apologize. But from my experience, this is just what happens. But doing this allows us to gain the first bomb part that we need in order to build our nuke. But before we do that, let's talk a little about this observatory area. You see, there are bomb slots on the wall that when we bomb them, they shoot off a probe to different planets. Well, what is this? The Chozo were always notorious for charting out other planets and trying to learn more about them, so that they could expand their empire onto different foreign planets. Well, here we're shooting a probe out, and it gives us something that we've never seen in any Metroid game up to this point, and that is that these probes allow us to download all map data for locations we have been or will be going to once we get specific upgrades. Now, why is this important? Well, it actually shows you items on the map that you've either gotten or missed, and that's pretty awesome. I know a lot of people are very divisive about this because in the last two games, if you didn't know where an item was in the map, tough shit. You gotta find it. There is the audio cue, like you've heard before and I've talked about in the Prime 1 section, that kind of hints you into where some hidden items can be. While this is true, in some more complex areas, it can be a little bit hard to find them. But now, they also allow us to see it on the map, nice white dot in the area, and then we can go back and get all suit expansions that we need to get in the current area. I like this change. As a completionist for most games, and most Metroid games, who tries to beat the game's 100% completion, I really like this change because I don't want to be running around the map looking for one hidden missile expansion that I missed on a 10-hour playthrough or whatever. I don't memorize all the locations in Prime 1, especially not in Prime 2, and I don't need to in this game because of this nice quality of life feature. I do wish other games in the series brought this up. I do think Dread has a really good way of handling it by showing white glowy portions of the map, but if I ever talk about Metroid Dread, I'll point that out as a positive whenever I get to it. Before we can obtain the first bomb part that we need after going through the observatory, we have to fight another Berserker Lord. And this guy's even more of a pushover than he was in the beginning of the game. Why's that? Simple. Hyper mode. As much as I said hyper mode is a negative, it's fun sometimes. I mean, come on. It's fun. That was cool. Just insta-melding a Berserker Lord in 2 seconds flat like it's nothing. It's fun sometimes to be a broken bastard, but I digress. With the Spire obtained as our first bomb part, we can now go collect the other 2 bomb parts that we need in order to destroy the Leviathan Siege shield. Unfortunately, we can't just go and obtain the second bomb piece because we're lacking an upgrade to destroy all the locks. You see, we shoot a missile at the locks and nothing happens because we need to destroy the locks simultaneously. So, we have to go find the seeker missiles, which leads us to probably the scariest part in any of the Prime games, in my opinion. As we're heading to the area where we think the seeker missiles are held, whoa. What the fuck happened to these guys? They're just completely disintegrating when we walk up to them. Are there Metroids here? It looks like it. But why would there be Metroids here? Well, Metroids are actually a creation of the Chozo. I think I've said this before. But it turns out because the Leviathan Seed landed here on the Chozo's home planet, they've also been experimenting with Phazon, with the Metroids. This is not the Galactic Federation, nor is it the Space Pirates, actually, but it is the Chozo doing these experiments, and the Space Pirates are trying to get a hold of them. And these are ugly motherfuckers, too. They're all bulging heads more than usual. We can see that they have one core. They're all electric, too. They can phase through walls and all this other crazy shit that they couldn't do before, and I don't really want to find out. So let's get out of here. The dark track that you hear in the background is the exact music track that plays in this area, and it really, really sets the tone. Unfortunately, in order to get the seeker missiles, we have to take this energy cell and power down the area since it is behind an impenetrable shield. Well, I mean, we all know what's going to happen. Metroid's going to get out and we're going to have to kill him. And they, in fact, do break out of containment, and we need to kill them. Much like every other enemy, use Phazon, we can kill them really fast, so it's not that big of an issue. I will say, however, though, that the Phazon Metroids are probably the easiest Metroids to kill in the entire series, once you get the correct upgrade later on, because, I mean, we kill them fast already with the Hyper Mode, but we don't even need to use Hyper Mode later on in order to kill these things. We kill them in one hit. It's crazy. We'll get there soon enough. Heading back to obtain the second bomb part, and there's a lot of Metroids here. Holy shit! That's a lot of them. Oh, we made a mistake. We made a huge mistake going there. But I guess it was a necessary evil, so we must continue on. We eventually get the second and third bomb parts, and then we need to place the bomb in the spire in the center of the map. The spire is what will allow us to go to where the Leviathan Seed is located and destroy the shield there. But there's something a little bit different during this section when we're traveling to the Leviathan Seed, though. The space pirates are after us, and they're here to destroy the spire and make sure that our bomb blows up along with it. So we have to protect the spire from being destroyed. This is kind of like a defense sort of mission. There will be multiple space pirate ships that show up during this section, and we need to destroy them before they can destroy the spire. If they destroy the spire, we die, and we have to restart this section from the beginning. Sounds a little tense, right? From my knowledge, there's no other part in a Metroid game that's like this, and this is kind of unique in that sense. However, it's not too bad, because Hyper Mode. The spire has much more health than you would think. Also, I'm not entirely sure how it would change during Hyper Mode, which is the hardest difficulty equivalent in this game, but it's not too bad otherwise. Just destroy the ships and kill all the drones as fast as possible with using Hyper Mode. You have more than enough energy tanks at this point, so it doesn't really matter. And just make sure that it doesn't take that much damage. It's a pretty memorable set piece in this game. Unfortunately for us, that's not it. You see, while we're hovering over the Seed's shield, we have to use an escape pod in order to escape the area. The escape pod is malfunctioning, and we only have a limited amount of time before the spire drops, destroying the shield, and us along with it if we can't get out of here. All we have to do is go underneath the escape pod and then resolder some of these wires in order to fix the escape pod. Like I said, you have plenty of time. I don't know if the time changes in Hyper Mode. I probably said this before, but it's not too bad. The boss fight in this seed is Helios, a Phazon-infected mechanoid built by the Chozo to help destroy the seed. Unfortunately, it's fighting us now. In the first phase of the fight, Helios summons a bunch of bats that cast a shield around it. We need to destroy all these bats in order to gain access and stun Helios. The only way we can damage Helios is if it uses Hyper Mode itself, exposing its core, and then we can shoot it from there. I said first phase, but I meant this is basically the whole boss. It just takes quite a bit to get used to, especially because you have to destroy the bats surrounding Helios. But there are some cool attacks that he does where he creates a giant ring of the bats with multiple in the middle that you need to use seeker missiles in order to destroy. You don't have a lot of time in order to do this, but if you do it correctly, it will destroy it and instantly cast him into Hyper Mode. It's a kind of a cool attack. He also will charge you once he's in Hyper Mode, so you gotta make sure you're locked on in order to dodge effectively. But honestly, this boss is just kind of average. The only way you can damage him really is if you're using Hyper Mode when his core is exposed, and that's about it. Nothing too crazy. Killing Helios also makes us even more corrupted. The Phazon that is inside of us grows even further, and Samus's suit begins to glow more and more blue with corruption. But killing Helios does give us a new Phazon upgrade, the Phazon Missile. These are somehow even more situational than the Hyper Ball upgrade that we got on Brio. These can only destroy these crystal things around the area, and they're probably only used 5 or 6 times throughout the entire game. And, unfortunately, they're not a really good tool for damage, as the charge shot of the Hyper Mode does 10 times more damage than a single Hyper Missile, so why would you ever use it? But with that, we destroy our second Leviathan Seed, and there's only one more that we need to destroy. The final planet we need to go to is the Space Pirate Homeworld. I don't know the actual name of this planet. They just call it the Pirate Homeworld in the game. Funny enough that the music in this area is actually a remix of the Space Pirate theme from Super Metroid. Take a listen. This is a little embarrassing, but I actually didn't catch onto that until this very playthrough. I thought it was really cool once I noticed that. My brother proceeded to call me an idiot because I didn't realize that before. And well, fair enough. Out of the 3 main planets in this game, the Pirate Homeworld is definitely the most linear. There's not very many different paths that you can take at first. There's really only one path that we're railroaded down, and then finally we can go to the other areas once we get upgrades here. Pirate Homeworld is also suffering from acid rain. We need acid rain protection in order to walk in uncovered areas. This will kill you very fast. It doesn't look like it will kill you fast at first, but trust me, the more you stay into it, the damage increases exponentially and it will kill you very fast. So you can't just brute force yourself into areas that are full on acid rain. You actually need some protection. The Pirate Homeworld, while linear at first, does feel like more like a normal Metroid Prime area than any of the other places. We don't actually have to backtrack to many other planets during this section of the game. All the upgrades we need are in this planet alone. So the first order of business is we need to find some way to progress through some of the areas where we need to punch into a code. Because there is a code that we can punch in, however we don't know the right symbols because we can't see them. So we're going to need a new visor upgrade. That visor upgrade is actually the X-ray visor. I think the X-ray visor got a huge upgrade in this game. Instead of just being able to see through specific walls or see one enemy type, now we can see through multiple different things. We can use it to access certain panels with codes like I mentioned before. With the X-ray visor equipped, we can see the code and symbols that we need to enter, and we can see where those symbols are on the panel. We can also use this in combat much more effectively to see enemy weak spots. However, as of now, we can't really use that super effectively because our beam isn't compatible with it. There is one other beam type coming. I also think it's way easier to see than just being completely whited out. Things that we need to be able to see and things we can interact with are highlighted in this reddish orange color, and it's so much easier to see and it's much clearer. Like I said, I think it was a huge upgrade for this visor, and I'm glad they brought it back. After acquiring the X-ray visor and moving back towards the main entrance of the Pirate Homeworld, we get a transmission from a Federation soldier. They claim they were taken prisoner here, and we gotta find them. They have information about how to bypass the acid rain, and that's something that we really need because we need to get through the acid rain portions of the planet in order to get to the Leviathan Seed. This will allow us to access a new landing zone for the second part of the Pirate Homeworld. Both zones in the Pirate Homeworld are much smaller than either Brio or Elysia, however. This area is very linear, basically getting pickup to pickup in this area, and we're also getting quite a bit of combat encounters as well in this planet. Eventually we find our Galactic Federation friend, and we need to do something in order to get access to the elevator that we're on. Basically, we just have to do a Final Fantasy VII, hit the button all at the same time sort of thing. Now, mind you, you have to do this with motion controls if you're playing on the Wii or the original version of this game. I just had to hold the W key. One perk about playing this game on the PC. It turns out this GF Trooper is Gandrada in disguise. Like Rundis and Gore before her, she has been corrupted by the PED technology in her suit. She is very annoying because she moves around a lot. But one cool thing that in this fight that she will do is she will take the appearance of other bosses that we have already fought. She'll take the appearance of a Berserker Lord, Rundis, and even Gore in some cases. But that doesn't really change anything too much about the boss, because we just use the tactics that we used against those specific bosses against her. About midway through the fight, she'll actually copy us. This is very similar to how the Dark Samus 2 fight was in Metroid Prime 2, where she'll use the boost ball, and she has very similar attacks that Dark Samus did in the Sanctuary Fortress in Metroid Prime 2. Other than that, it's not a super crazy boss. However, if you want 100% scans, you better scan all the forms that she uses, because each one of them counts as a fucking scan. Brought that back from Prime 2, and I didn't like... You know my thoughts on it there. I don't like it here either. Once Gandrina is dead, she copies us one more time. But this time she copies our current suit form and not our power suit form. This is Dark Samus taunting us, because soon we'll be corrupted just like the other hunters. With Gandrina defeated, we gain a new grapple ability, the Grapple Voltage. This is probably the most useless item in the entire game, and you probably only use it 4 times. Much like a lot of the new items in this game. Basically, what the Grapple Voltage does is if you go up to a specific panel and use your grapple beam on it, you can either take energy away with it, it will heal you, as it's showing here, but if the panel is not powered up, you have to give some of your own health in order to power it. Okay. This isn't used in combat or anything, so what the fuck is the point of this, besides, like, opening 4 or 5 doors or something? Whatever. I don't get it. And I forgot to mention this, but I know I said the backtracking in this planet wasn't as bad. That's because I forgot about this. In order to get the hazard protection for the acid rain, we actually have to go back to Elysia, because we need the spider ball in order to access our next suit upgrade. Unlike backtracking to Brio, where we found a totally new biome, we don't find that here. We literally use the grapple voltage to enter one room and get the spider ball. 85% through the game. Even later than Prime 2. So, that means you have to backtrack even more to get all the upgrades with the spider ball. Great. Thanks. Whatever. Like I said, those are the only 2 main bits of backtracking that are super fucking egregious in this game, unlike some of the spots I mentioned earlier. But yeah, it's pretty damn annoying, especially recording this voice order and remembering what exactly happened at this point in the game. Yeah, it's kind of shitty. Heading back to the area where we fought Gandrina, we can finally use the spider ball to get our next suit upgrade. This is the hazard protection system, or I just call it the hazard suit, honestly. Design-wise, it's not much different than the PED suit. All it adds is big hexagonal shoulder pads that help protect us from the acid rain of the pirate homeworld. Now, I know people will ask me this. Well, Gods, you had an issue in Prime 2 with using the dark suit for most of the game. Why don't you have an issue with looking similar with the PED suit in this game? Well, the answer's simple. I don't mind the design of the PED suit like I mind the dark suit. I hate the look of the dark suit. I don't hate the look of the PED suit, so it's not that big of an issue for me. On our way out of this area in the pirate homeworld, we find this type of boss, a Metroid Hatcher. Ooh, this is fun. We have to destroy all of its tentacles, and then we can shoot its mouth on the inside. These are pretty fun, actually. I don't mind these fights at all. They're kind of just basic mini-bosses, and they can produce phase-on Metroids at a certain point. There is a really fun way to kill these things, like I said, but we require our next beam upgrade, which, coincidentally, is the next upgrade that we need to get. We enter a cylindrical room with no way out. Basically, this is where we're getting our next beam upgrade, the Nova Beam. This encounter can be bullshit, and there's a funny reason why. So after a while, when you're killing enemies in this area, something will happen up above that will try to suck you towards the center of the room. There's a big vacuum at the top of the room, pretty much. The pillars will go down, and it will suck you towards the center of the room. If you get sucked all the way into this, it is an instant kill, no matter how much health you have. That's a first for the Metroid series, and it shouldn't really belong here. But what do we do? How do we destroy this thing to get the weapon that it's containing? Well, I'm not doing a really good job showing it here, but basically what we need to do is we need to damage the space pirates around us and wait until it does the vacuum part of the encounter. Once it is doing the vacuum part, the space pirates will be hanging onto the floor. What we then need to do is we then need to shoot the space pirates, and they will get sucked up into the center, bringing down a little pod that we can shoot to disable the weapon system up above. This is kind of reminiscent of some of the mini-bosses at the beginning of Metroid Prime 1. Like I mentioned, when we enter this room, we get the Nova Beam for completing this combat encounter. The Nova Beam is amazing. It has the same burning effect that the Plasma Beam does, except we can do some crazy shit with this in conjunction with the X-ray visor. You see, the Nova Beam can basically act like the Flash in a sense, where it can vibrate through walls and be inside of walls. We can use this in conjunction with the X-ray visor to shoot things on the other side of solid walls, much like this phazon type wall that we see here. It will activate the turnstile, and then we can go up the elevator and continue on with our journey. It doesn't add as many useful features as the Plasma Beam does. I mean, we can use all those features, so don't worry if you missed any of those in past areas or such. We can still use it to solder wires or destroy magma-plated remains of metal that proceed forward. So don't worry if you missed out on getting those. We can do all those things with the Nova Beam as well. Something extremely fun that we can do is this. That's right, we can insta-kill Metroid hatchers, Metroids, and even some space pirates with super heavy armor. That's fucking awesome. That's pretty fucking cool. Let's get back to what we're doing on the pirate homeworld. Admiral Dane and the rest of the Galactic Federation arrived to put a full-scale assault on this Leviathan seed. There are 12 demolition troops that are along with us. They are fighting alongside us in this sequence. We have to make sure at least 4 of them stay alive at the end of the tunnel in order to blow the transport station that leads directly to the Leviathan seed. Now, this section's not as bad as you think. They don't die very easily, and more often than not, you're going to lose a couple of them, but it's not too bad. It's just another memorable combat sequence in this game. All the combat sequences where you have to either protect something or protect a certain amount of things are nowhere near as hard as the other games. I think adding to the accessibility of this game and a lot of those set pieces, but they are memorable nonetheless because they haven't been done in this franchise ever. And I don't mind it, actually. I do like that they're adding a little bit more variety to the Metroid formula, and it's not just the same thing every single time. It's not just the same as Prime 1 and Prime 2 again, if you get what I'm saying. We do have the exploration aspects here, but we're adding a little bit more combat in the mix. And I know I said this is a negative in the past, but later in the game, like where we're at right now, it really gets to be a lot more fun, in my opinion. Inside the seed, the boss is Ridley. Again? Thought we already fought him. This is a Mega Ridley. He's now infused in Phazon and is trying to stop us from destroying the seed because, like I mentioned before, they're under orders from Dark Samus. So, we gotta kick his ass yet again. This fight is very similar to his fight in Prime 1. We have to damage him a certain amount of times, and then we have to grapple his core open in order to damage his core. Much like Prime 1, where we had to damage him a certain amount of times for his chest to open before we could damage him. Later in the fight, he'll acquire some armor, which we have to use the X-ray visor in conjunction with the Nova Beam in order to destroy, and then destroy himself. Unlike the first phase of this fight, this part takes forever if you're not using motion controls, because you can't lock on and use the X-ray visor part of it to zoom in on the specific part of the armor that you're shooting at. And this is the only way you can damage him in this phase, mind you. You can't just shoot him and break open his core again. That part's done. We're shooting his shoulder blades now in order to fully damage him. With Ridley dead once again, we get even more corrupted by the burst of Phazon after killing him. And I know I said the grapple voltage was the most useless upgrade in the game. That was a lie. This is the most useless upgrade in the game. Hypo Grapple is used to destroy certain things of Phazon material, and you do this twice in the entire game. It is fucking useless. Why is this a thing? There's one thing I hope for Prime 4, it's to not have a bunch of useless upgrades like the ones for the Phazon ones. I get that they're supposed to be kind of situational in a sense, but I mean, come on. You literally just hold forward while locking onto a thing. Why? How is this fun? It's not. It's just stupid. But now we get to talk about this game's version of the Chozo Artifact or Sky Temple Key Hunt. Because yes, we have to do that here as well. Except, it's not as bad. Let me explain. See, at the start of the game, we're introduced to this concept of energy cells, and we even talked about this in Elysia when we went to get the Seeker missiles. These energy cells are the endgame item hunt. However, they are nowhere near as bad as the Chozo artifacts or the Sky Temple keys. For one, you know everything that you need right off the bat. They tell you exactly where all of them are, and there's only 9 of them. Now that seems like a lot, however, you only need at least 5 of them in the entire game in order to complete this part of the game. At the beginning of the game, we're introduced to this other Galactic Federation ship that was under Space Pirate control, the GFS Valhalla. It was lost in deep space. At one point, we are able to access this part of the game and see that it is desolate. I have to insert another Destiny reference here, but this is very similar to the Glycon and the Presage exotic mission in that game, because it is a ship that is basically destroyed, all the inhabitants are killed, and it is taken over by some weird blue goop. In that instance, it's whatever the fuck the Scorn use, and here it is Phazon. Coincidence? I think not. But anyway, you need power cells in order to even explore this area. They do give you some right off the bat in this area so that you don't just come here and you can't do anything. Like I said, you only need 5 at any given time to actually get through this area. All 9 of it is to explore the entire ship and get whatever other goodies are here. The reason we need to come here is because this has coordinates to the planet Phase. Phase is the planet that is the source of all Phazon. Dark Samus has found it, and now we need to go there and destroy the planet, and this will destroy all mention of Phazon and all sources of it throughout the galaxy. The coordinates are on this ship because a space pirate ship crashed into the bridge of the ship. That space pirate ship has the coordinates to Phase because they were working in conjunction with Dark Samus on the planet. That is how the space pirates got all their Phazon stuff, was from Dark Samus, because they helped her regenerate. Like I mentioned before, that part in the beginning of the game where we see Dark Samus come back to life, that's on the pirate homeworld. We can even see the same exact things that she was destroying or even burst out of at the beginning of the game in the room where we get the X-ray visor. So yeah, she's working in conjunction with the space pirates, although she has her own motives and should probably leave them all for dead if she could, but it's a means to an end at this point. It's nowhere near as bad as the Chozo artifacts or the Sky Temple keys in my opinion, and it's the better for it. If Prime 4 has to do something similar to this in it, I wish it would do something similar to how this game would do it. But we'll see when that game comes out. But I digress. I know it's been a long time, and this video is long enough as it is, but let's finally get to the planet Phase and destroy the source of Phazon and Dark Samus along with it.
Sir, Samus's ship has joined the fleet.
Thank you, Ensign. Leviathan Command, you are clear to fire the portal beam. Once the wormhole is open, order all ships to enter.
Affirmative, Admiral. Message to all ships. Prepare for entry. Maintain battle formation Titus.
Forced to vent our energy tanks in order to even survive on the planet, because we will be completely corrupted otherwise. The bar on the top actually drains, and it'll be empty at first. This is what will kill us. If that bar gets all the way filled, we die. There's no second chances. You start all the way at the beginning of the area. That's not too bad. Unless you're playing on hyper mode, like I said. But we're in a constant state of hyper mode. We are using our most powerful weapons against the inhabitants of this planet. We have to reach the core of the planet because that's where Dark Samus is hiding. We destroy her, we can destroy the core, and Planet Phase is no more. Yes, I thought of that, and I apologize. Things like this enemy will actually suck away our corruption levels, but if we let it suck longer than that, it will actually give us half a bar of our corruption meter at the top. So it is very crucial that we kill them once our meter is low. The more damage you take, the more that you increase your corruption level here. It's actually exponential, similar to how the Acid Rain was on the Pirate Homeworld. So you gotta be very careful here. Especially if you're not killing enemies or picking up any of the health drops that they drop, you will be absolutely screwed. Now, there's one annoying part later in this area, and it might just be because of the way I played it, but we have to destroy this little parasite that's inside this little seed here. And this parasite moves around a lot and is really hard to see. But it might just be because I wasn't using the X-ray visor, because I'm pretty sure you can. If you can do that, just do that then. But don't do what I'm doing. I almost died at this part because I was just fucking around and I didn't know what I was doing. But finally we destroy this thing and we confront our enemy, Dark Samus. This is it. The final battle with Dark Samus. And it's actually a good fight. It's very similar to her second phase in Prime 2. And it is a very fun fight. Now, it is very hard to die, and we do have Hyper Mode that does a lot of damage, but it is actually kind of balanced here. We can't just absolutely melt her with one charge shot like we can most other enemies. She also has the speed booster? Wow. That's kind of cool. She also clones herself in multiple different ways as well, and we have to destroy the correct one in order to move on and not take a ton of damage. This is a fun fight. It's been building up to this fight for the entire game. We haven't had a single encounter with Dark Samus for the entire game. And now, we finally get to fight her. It's a pretty damn good fight. But, that's not the only fight that we have here. There's something else that happens, too. This Aurora unit is the one that was stolen by the Valhalla, by the Space Pirates, corrupted with the Space Pirate virus, Phazon, and is now being controlled by Dark Samus. This is basically what a Mother Brain fight in the Metroid Prime series would be. It doesn't get much closer than this. It'll shoot out Phazon tentacles out of 4 parts of its body. We can shoot the ports to deal even more damage. Eventually, its core will be exposed if we can deal a ton of damage to the Aurora unit. Some people have said that this fight's kind of a letdown as the final boss, but I mean, come on. You're fighting basically a Mother Brain style fight in a Prime series. Like, I don't know what else they could have really done besides recreating Mother Brain's mech from Super Metroid, but that wouldn't really make sense at this point, considering the Prime series takes place before Super Metroid. But I do like this fight. The first form, anyway. The second form of the fight is boring compared to most other boss fights in the game. All you have to do is shoot the exposed core on its back, and that's it. It's these really annoying laser attacks that are super annoying to dodge. They'll come down and start spinning around like crazy. It's really hard to dodge as well. It's just... man, this is kind of a... I see the letdown part. If this is the part people are talking about, I understand it, because this fight is not great. It's similar to the Quadraxis head mixed with Emperor Ing level shit. Yeah, that's not very good. But, eventually, we take out the Aurora unit's head and put an end on the Metroid Prime Trilogy.
Sir, we have confirmed unstable energy spikes in multiple locations on the planet. It's a chain reaction. It's accelerating. The planet's going to explode!
Order the fleet to disengage and prepare to retreat. Activate the Leviathan's warp field. Get us out of here.
Damage reports coming in. We've lost 37% of the fleet. Half of the surviving ships are reporting heavy casualties.
Sir, we've confirmed the wormhole has disappeared. All the Leviathans are gone. The crisis is over.
What about Samus?
Negative, sir. No contact. Sir, we're receiving a transmission from Samus's ship.
I think that is a great way to end this game, personally. We show Samus sitting back in Skytown, reflecting on past of what Phazon has done to her and her friends, and how it's affecting the universe. Now it's gone. She can sit and rest in a place that's close to her heart and be free of this pain. The Phazon enemy. I think this game is great. Without a doubt, this game is pretty damn good. And I know I said a lot of negative shit about this game and even Prime 2, but trust me, I do really like this game. I like the set pieces, and as a finale of the Prime Trilogy, honestly, this is pretty great stuff, I think. You can't really go wrong with this game. It helped bring in a whole usher of new Metroid fans. Not as much as some of the newer 2D games, because this game did not sell as well as Prime 1 or even Prime 2 beforehand. Actually, no, it did sell a little bit more than Prime 2, just because the Wii had a bigger install base than the GameCube did. But, with that said, this game is still great. This is probably the second favorite Prime game in the trilogy. I mean, could you tell? Didn't really give Prime 2 a lot of good grace, even when it was deserved. But there's one more thing. Tease for future things to come. Samus flies away in her ship for future adventures. However, she's followed by a mysterious ship known to the bounty hunter named Sylux from Metroid Prime Hunters. Sylux is actually going to be the main villain in Metroid Prime 4, and we'll see what he does in there. I know, this video is still going, but let me just finish it off real quick. I wanted to explain why I love all three of these games and why I think that they're actually Nintendo's best games that they've ever produced. I know that there was a lot of negative things said during the Prime 2 and Prime 3 sections. Now that's just me venting about some of the changes that they made from those games from Prime 1. Because Prime 1, like I said, is one of my favorite video games of all time. In a top 3 situation for me. And it's special to me. So when they change things like that, I'm a little bit more negative to it. However, that's not to say that these other games are without quality. That's not the case at all. All 3 of these games are worth your time. If you've never played these games before, you owe yourself to go back and play them, whether it be on original hardware, through Prime Hack, or hell, even if they release it on the Switch as a remastered version, go buy it there. Because Prime 1 Remastered was great, so the other ones would probably be great as well. Here's to hoping that they actually end up doing that. But I hope that I encourage some of you guys to actually go back and try these games for yourselves, because they really are special to me. And I think Prime 4 is going to be great. It comes out here in just a couple weeks. Hopefully it's good. Looks great. This series is extremely special to me. Go check it out if you've never tried it. And then you can experience the pinnacle that Nintendo has to offer.